What's up? What's up? What's up? 93, 93, 93. This is the Mon I Should Renew from IShouldRenew.com. Back in this bitch, as usual. Alright, that's down. Today I want to speak on scary dreams and nightmares. The dead speak from the grave. So, I've recently been having dreams and nightmares. What's up, Keenan? 93. I recently been having nightmares, or I guess just strange dreams. It's been like Freddy Krueger level type shit. What I mean by Freddy Krueger level is, it's like I found myself trying to kill or destroy a particular person. This shit is funny. Then it's like I would just go to another room and it's like they would just get it's like they would just get up out of the bed as if they were sleeping. And I'm like, wait, didn't I just destroy this person? You know, I'll be trying to choke somebody. What's up, Ashe? What's up, Dank Wizard? Yeah. The nightmare realm, exactly. It's like I go through this whole scene, you know, where I'm fighting a particular person. Then I think I destroy him. It's like I turn him into like a little toy car and like throw him down the drain. Then I just go back in the room and it's like they just get out of bed. It's like it just starts over again. But then I read about Freddy Krueger. I'm like, oh, okay, well, Freddy Krueger, like you can't kill him in dreams. So I'm like, I just keep it like it would just cycle. It was like a dream within a dream. Then I would wake up, right? So I go from seeing this person just keep waking up. What's up, Cam? What's up, Chief? 93. I go into the room and they wake up out the bed. Then further in the dream, I wake up out the bed and like I wake up to their face and now they're trying to get into the house. So first they were in the house. It's like they just keep respawning basically. They just keep respawning. Then I respawn and they're outside of the house trying to get into the house. I'm like, what the fuck is this? But I'm like, oh yeah, it reminds me of Freddy Krueger. I'm like, oh okay. I see what's going on here. But then the dream really started getting emotional. And this is how I knew it was Freddy Krueger because like I saw like my little nephew, he was in the dream. Like he was like a baby, right? He was like a little baby and like he kept crying, he kept crying. And I was trying to calm him down. Like stop crying. And I end up like putting my hand like over his face. Then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, why am I really? I felt like I was doing too much. I feel like I was just taking it a little bit too far. So then I started getting emotional. I'm like, yo, I shouldn't be treating my nephew like that. You know what I mean? So I'm like, and then the dream began to shift because now I'm getting emotional, right? I'm like, I'm getting all of my feelings and shit. Then the strangest part was I saw like a blue dead man, right? It was like a blue Egyptian dead man. And it's like he had armor, but the armor like kept falling off. And it's like I tried to keep the armor on, but like the more I tried to keep the armor on, it's like the armor would just refuse to stay on. So just imagine like a breastplate, a chest plate, and it's like the armor is like falling off. Like every time I try to pick it up and reestablish it, it's like everything is just like falling apart. But I distinctly remember like the person had blue skin, right? So then I go I'm like, yo, I'm like, who the fuck is this? Like, who was a blue Egyptian, right? I'm like, then of course, I'm like, what the? I'm like, wait a minute. So I type it in Google. Then the blue Egyptian is actually Amun, like the Egyptian god Amun. If you look up the Egyptian god Amun, he's actually depicted as blue, right? What's up, Moon Spirit? Salute to you. Salute to you. Right? He's actually depicted as blue. So I'm like, oh shit. I'm actually seeing a version of myself. And it's like I'm trying to put on my armor, the armor is falling off. And it's like a stiff dead man standing up. So it's not like a dead man laying in the bed or laying on the ground. The dead man was actually vertical. like so standing upright. But I just distinctly remember like the blue skin. I'm like, that's very strange. So like it was very Egyptian themed. Then it led me to, I'm like, okay, this is a version of me, but it's just a little deeper than this. Because then I started thinking about 333. And 333, like when I would chant 333, I actually had like the most extreme dream I've ever had in my whole life. It happened when I was chanting 333. So I always knew it was power behind that. But I really didn't make the connection as to what deity that represents. So when I made the connection of the deity it represents, I'm like, okay, well, what is this 333? What is this triple energy? Then immediately it came to me. I'm like, oh, that's Trismegistus. For those who know, that's Hermes Trismegistus, or the thrice great. I'm like, oh shit, that's Trismegistus. Trismegistus is a fusion of Hermes and Thoth, right? And I sleep by a Thoth, like a figure of Thoth, like I keep it right by my head, because I notice like when I sleep with the Thoth by my head, like the dreams are altered versus if I just sleep with nothing in my head. Then it took me to Ptah, the Egyptian deity Ptah, who's depicted like with a lapis lazuli head. Like his head is blue, right? He has a blue head, which is basically the crystal lapis lazuli. And I'm like, okay, I actually have runes that are lapis lazuli, but I wasn't sleeping with the runes. I just kept them on the altar. So I'm like, oh shit, I need to go grab my runes. And it was very strange because it's very rare that I notice symbols in dreams, like very vividly. But recently I've had dreams where it's like I looked up in the sky and it was a man on a parachute. So he's on the parachute navigating in the sky and I look up and the parachute is filled with rune symbols. I'm like, oh shit, I actually know what symbols those are. And it was also, clip-offic symbols. I'm like, oh shit, like, so it's rare that I noticed the actual symbols. So I'm like, oh shit, the runes and also the clip-offic symbols. I'm like, okay, oh, those are the energies that's active right now. So I'm like, oh, like, these are some like fucking crazy ass dreams. Then lastly, actually, it's actually two more parts. I end up seeing my grandfather. So if you remember, I just made a video, speaking about Halloween and the Day of the Dead, and this is the time to connect with the ancestors because the veils are becoming thinner and thinner. So I saw my grandfather, and I get emotional. I'm like, oh fuck. So while I'm in the dream, it's like I started getting emotional. I'm like, yo, I'm never gonna see you again, right? Then he like, yo, don't worry about it, man. Just as cool as fuck as it usually is. Like, yo, like, no, that's what you think. So I'm like, oh shit, like I ain't seen you in a while, and I'm like, I'm not gonna see you again. I'm getting all of my feelings and shit. And he was like, yo, don't worry about that. So like, I had to regain my composure because I'm like, every time I see my grandparents, like I be getting emotional and stuff, but it's like they're never emotional. They just like, yo, like hey, you like what do you think is going on? It's just very interesting to me because my grandparents, they were very spiritual, but we never talked about anything spiritual. Because my grandparents was way older. Not even my great grandparents. So I'm not even talking about my mother's mother. I'm talking about my great grandparents. They had a large part in raising me, in my youth. So like every time I see them, like I be getting emotional. But then it's like they don't be getting emotional because it's like they already knew. It's like they already know what's going on. And again, that's where I got my first spiritual enlightenment. Like I became spiritual when I was in their home. Again, having access to astrology books, watching documentaries about yoga. I learned about meditation while I was in their home. But again, it's not that they ever had a conversation. I just so happened to be there. And I would just the spirituality in their home was I always had a hard time sleeping in their home also. Like I had insomnia like crazy. It's like I always felt presence. It was always a presence. It was always spirits around. So like I could never really sleep. Like I would have to be like completely exhausted to even sleep. So like I remember being a child sleeping with a night light. They would have to keep the bathroom light on. Because I'm like, yo, I was always spooked. But I would notice like every time I went home, every time I went to my mother's house, I can sleep in pitch black. I can, it's like it was never an issue. Like sleep was never an issue. But as soon as I go over there, like, yo, I need a nightlight. Like it was, I didn't have the words to explain it at this time. But I'm like, yeah, just the essence of their home. But again, it's like they had a lot of stuff in their home, like a lot of, it was very interesting because you can say the upper part of their home, because it was one level and it was a basement. So basically, with the main level of the home, was very, you can say, religious. They were Baptists. They went to a Baptist church, so they were Baptists. So you would have that type of vibe. Like my grandmother would read the Bible stories to me before I went to sleep and all that. So they were very, you can say, religious. And my grandmother would be the one taking me to church. So like the only experience I really have with church is because my great grandmother took me. Like my mom wasn't too much religious. She was like, what up? You know what I mean? She was more Aquarian because she is an Aquarius. But when you go into their basement, you saw nothing but like African, like mask, and like you basically saw who they really basement though. They didn't, they didn't let the world would never know. Because you would think that these are just, a man and a woman that go to church, that love Christ, that love Mary. Like if you just looked at them on the surface, but when you went in that basement and you saw all that African art, all that traditional art, all that black art, you're like, oh shit, they really know what the fuck is going on. They just ain't really putting it out there to the public. It's like nobody would know unless you actually been in their home in their basement. Because they would have a lot of people come over and visit. We would go to their home, for Thanksgiving and Christmas. But again, you would never know what they was really into unless you went into the basement and you began to look at the books that was there. Again, my first introduction into astrology is because astrology books were in their basement. Now, we never had a conversation about astrology. Again, they were in church. So the only thing I really heard from them, again, was about Mary or was about Jesus. But when you go into that basement, because again, like these are older people, so it was probably just books that they had from years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, just things that they probably didn't outgrown. Like, it was probably a phase that they went through. So they were probably just going through phases, So at one point, I guess when astrology was popping, I guess back in the 70s or whatever, when the new age, right? What's up, Punk or Pook? What's up, what's up? So like back in the 70s when it was popping, they probably, had caught that wave, and did their thing and just outgrew it at some point. But the evidence was still there, So as a youngin, I was able to. I spent a lot of time in that basement because it's like you're going through years and years and years of just stuff that you really didn't have access to. You know what I mean? So I'm reading books that I'm sure was out of print. Like I'm looking at art that you probably couldn't find anywhere. Because they kept, you can say they kept all those decades of knowledge preserved. So all of the phases they went through was preserved. They had all these types of clothes from different eras and all types of stuff that you just, there's nowhere else to find this stuff nowadays. So it was like going into like a mystery school. You know what I mean? So like a lot of what I was exposed to spiritually was because of, again, it wasn't never because of direct conversations. It was always indirect. Right, so like I became more and more spiritual because of them indirectly. Like again, I see them more in dreams now, and it's always in context, a spiritual context. So like my spiritual awakening, I would definitely give it to them. It was always indirect though, but it's like they knew. What I mean? They just never communicated that, but it's like they always knew. Let me see. I can relate to this heavy. First astrology book I found was in my mom's old book collection. Exactly. They be going through phases. Then they evolve. They join a community with a church or something. But then yeah, we're left to go through all that spiritual residue that they preserved, and then we're able to pick it up and then give new life to it. So again, I remember like 10 years ago. I'm talking about like 2008. That's way longer than 10 years ago. What am I thinking? But yeah, for me, it started in 2008. So like this is like in 2008. So that's when I began to document my life. Like my first notes that I ever took was astrology notes. I wrote down all the signs from Aries all the way to Pisces and then the attributes. So that's when I first began. So you can say I basically documented my entire spiritual journey. I still have notes from those times, like going back to 2008. I still have notes. So it's like I literally documented. Then, as technology advanced, I started to document, on the cell phones, with the notes, the I notes, whatever they're called on the iPhone. And before that, when I was using Android, I was using a different note application. What's my zodiac? It depends. I'm just playing Scorpio. Western Scorpio, Eastern Libra, Draconic Capricorn. I'm a metal horse in Chinese. You know what I mean? So it depends on what angle you want to access it from. So bringing up all this to say, whenever I dream about them, whenever I dream about my grandparents, I be getting emotional. I guess that's just a Scorpio, right? I be getting emotional because I'm never really emotional outwardly. Like all that is contained within me. Like it just comes out, either in the sexual act or like when, family. Like things have to really penetrate deeply for me to like show forth my emotions. As I'm sure any Scorpio relates to that, right? The last thing you want to do is show forth your emotional plane because of the intensity. Scorpios ruled by Mars traditionally, or even Scorpio. We know how intense Mars and Scorpio is. So the last thing you want to do is, reveal your emotions because it comes with a level of intensity that most people are not really ready to deal with. So basically, you keep this hard shell because like you're dealing with a level of intensity that's not really for most people. So if you go to Pluto, you're dealing with the death currency. Again, that's why I deal with I be speaking a lot about the dead and necromancy, communicating with the dead, because that's just what I go through. It may be because I'm a Scorpio, ruled by Pluto or ruled by Mars. Whatever we say is the reason, that's just always been my experience. So that's why I be speaking about these things, because that's just what I go through on a personal level. Like I've always been seeing dead people again, whether it's entertainers or rappers or, anybody. I've also had dreams of people that are living as well. But I also have a lot of experiences with the dead. And again, it's as if they're living. And it's like they try to comfort me because again, I be getting in my feelings. Especially, people that you can't physically see anymore, you can't physically interact with. But it's like whenever I interact with them, it's like they always telling me like, chill, it's all good. I'm clearly here right in front of you. So you thinking that it's over, that we can't communicate it, like I'm right here in front of you, right? And my house is full of ghosts. That's crazy. That's what I felt growing up. Like again, I had insomnia. I couldn't sleep. I'm thinking it's just me. I'm thinking like my mind is just running 1,000 miles an hour. But no, it's just certain environments. There's just a lot of spiritual currency. There's a lot of portals that are open, especially when people like they had their home built. You know what I mean? So they were the first ones to occupy this home. So again, you're talking about them spending decades in this home that they built from the ground up. So they went through all these phases. So again, it may be a phase that they went through, dealing with spirituality. And again, when you go into the basement and you see all this traditional African art and African artifacts, well, they definitely went through their phases. So it was always very intense for me because I've always been sensitive to spiritual currency. Like I've always been sensitive to spiritual currency. So like it was just, again, it was just hard to put into words as a child because you just think it's you. You're not really relating it to anything external because you don't have the necessary information. So when I began to educate myself, I'm like, oh, I see what was really going on. So it's like a continuous story that unravels, with my great grandparents. It's always unraveling because I'm like all these things I was exposed to. Like I've always been around this stuff my whole life. I wasn't able to explain it. So when I gained the necessary information, I'm like, yo, I remember seeing that in my grandparents' home. Well, I remember that, I remember that, I remember that. So it's like I'm just always unraveling things. Like even to this day, I'm still unraveling mysteries that I was exploring as a child. I just didn't have it. I was drawn to it, but I couldn't explain it because I didn't have the necessary information. Again, it was never a conversation that took place. It was never, okay, this is this or this is that, you know. My parents were also into consciousness since I was born. Well, of course, Dank Wizard. You know what I mean? You continuously prove that. Makes me wonder what it's like one day just to wake up and start studying things. Exactly. Like, I agree. Like a lot of people that are who consider themselves spiritual or occult or whatever title they want to name themselves, wizards and witches and warlocks. A lot of that is residue, karmic residue, from the people that we were around, whether it was your parents, your great grandparents, your grandparents, whoever raised you. It's like you get the residue of that. Again, it don't even necessarily have to be conversations that actually, that occur. It's just the residue because the energy is there. Those portals have been opened. And you can relate, Team Scorpio. I see you, Candace. Exactly. It ain't for everybody. You know what I mean? Like that's why I know like the stuff I talk about on the channel. That's why I just be going all out. That's why what I reveal to y'all is not what people get, who actually see me in person, right? What I reveal here on this channel, like I'm not going around talking about devil shit, talking about angel stuff, talking about spirits and demons and jinns. All the stuff that I reveal here is not stuff that, if you know me in real time, like I don't talk about none of this stuff. I don't discuss this with my family. You know what I mean? I don't really do too much talking at all. Because again, it's just certain things that ain't for them, right? Like I'm not gonna talk to people about things that they not ready to hear. You know what I mean? However, here is a whole different story. Because again, the only reason you're here because you're interested, right? There was a connection of some sort. So that's why I reveal myself fully here. And again, even with the black fingernails, you see that shit. So I'm back on my bullshit. I'm back on my bullshit. I'm back on my bullshit, right? Because I'm like, why not? And I even had an experience today. I literally just went to the gas station, right? Because I wanted to pick up some alcohol for the spirits, right? So I got some alcohol for the spirits, right? I got some vodka. As you see, got some vodka for the spirits. And I got some tequila. Y'all know how I feel about tequila. Tequila is the only alcohol that actually gets me to that mood. And you see, I haven't even cracked it open. I haven't even actually, because I'm not a drinker. So I literally just have this alcohol sitting here. I just offer it up to the spirits, offer it up to the ancestors for the most part. I may take a sip here and there, but for the most, because I'm not really a drinker. I don't have a taste for it. I don't necessarily enjoy drinking it, but I'll drink it for the effect. So I went to the gas station earlier. It's funny. It's funny as fuck. I got very strange reactions from the women, right? But it told me something. Like I noticed, like for example, like the cashier. You know what I mean? Like she barely wanted to help and shit. So you have to talk to the fucking cashier because all the alcohol is behind the counter. It was like she was taking her sweet ass time. I'm like, yo, you got the tequila? She was like, this beer is just slow dragging. I'm like, all right, taking your fucking time and shit, and barely talking and all that. But what I noticed is, it be coming from like women who actually would have gave me the time of day anyway. That's the thing. That's what I like. Basically, women who like, if let's just say I would have asked for a woman's number, and I don't ask for women's number. Just to make that clear, I'm not in nobody's DMs. I'm not asking women for numbers and all that. I'm not doing all that. However, these women like basically are ready to reject you. Like they're ready for you to say something to them just to shut you down, right? So it comes from women who wouldn't even have gave me the time of day any goddamn way. It don't come from women who actually, would have given me the time of day because it wouldn't have made a fucking difference. Like a woman who would have gave me the time of day, she don't give a fuck about my goddamn fingernails or whether I have a fucking mustache. Now you see, I didn't cut the mustache off. I just be, the Scorpio shit. I just be changing my look every now and then. So a woman who was actually interested wouldn't give a fuck about that anyway. It's always a woman who wouldn't have been interested anyway. Like why? Like so, you giving me this fucked up energy. You're giving me fucked up energy that otherwise would have been like again, it's real. I'm not even gonna call it strange. It's just what fucking humans do, right? It's just human shit. It's just what the fuck humans do. Then I'm walking back. Then there was a woman parked right next to the car, And like she's giving me a hard fucking stare. She was staring at me all the way till I got into the fucking car. I was like, what's it? Oh shit. I'm like, no, I'm like, this woman wouldn't be looking at me at all. If I didn't have this goddamn black fingernails, women wouldn't have gave me the time of day at all. But because, I know what it is, so I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know what it is. Like for example, like if I was a little more feminine, the shit would be different. I know what it is. If I was more feminine with it, like okay, yeah, just because I got the black fingernails, like I don't reduce the masculinity. Now, yeah, if I would have had on a dress, if I was talking feminine or had feminine attributes, like it would have been a whole different story. They actually probably would have been cool. But because I maintain the masculinity, they don't know what to do with it. They don't know what to do with this shit. That's what I noticed. That's why I be doing shit like this. Like if y'all want the truth, that's really why I want to do it because it reveals people's true intent. That's why I be doing my little theatrics, because it reveals people's true intent. Because again, like women who otherwise wouldn't have said anything to me any goddamn way, but now you giving me extra hard stares. Because again, I guess the only other man you saw with fucking black fingernails was feminine. You don't really see the man that made. I'm just rock star shit though, right? It's just rock star shit. But people are not used to that. But again, it brings out the truth within people. That's why I do it. Because to me, it's just the color black. Like you're never gonna see me with red fingernails or blue fingernails or purple. Like I'm not doing any colors. Like the only color that I'm and black is not even technically a color. Right, so black ain't even a test. So it's like mirrors, as we know, like the black crystal balls or the black mirrors. It forces people to reveal hands. That's what I've noticed, because this is not the first time I've done this. I've done this, it's been a while. But every time I do this, it reveals people. I remember like a dude, like he was holding his little baby, and he was giving me a hard stare. I'm like, yo, like a dude who otherwise wouldn't have said shit to me, not trying to do no business, not trying to chop it up, who normally would have just walked past me. But because I got all these fucking black fingernails, it's like, I get these extra hard stares. I'm like, oh, but otherwise, like, you wouldn't have gave a fuck about me anyway. But for whatever reason, yeah, the black fingernails, it reveals the true character. I'm like, yeah, I just know, like, all right, I see you. So basically, I'm able to see a lot more clearly because of this, because I'm willing to take it this far. That's why I do it. But I'm like, oh, I'm able to see clearly. It helps me to see clearly. I'm like, oh, I see what's really going on. Because basically, the people who have reactions, I'm like, yeah, the people I shouldn't be fucking with anyway. Not that I'm actually trying to fuck with them anyway. But now when the people give me reactions, and it's negative, I'm like, and again, I've seen it, like dudes like just wouldn't even make eye contact with me because of these black fingernails. Like fucking cashiers, like they refuse to make eye contact. I didn't see it at all. I didn't get all the responses. Right? See, it's getting kind of choppy. So that's also why I cut off the mustache. But I'm like, oh, I see what's really going on. Right? It just helps me to see clear, like I see what's going on. So I just be conducting experiments in real time, as everybody should, right? Right? What's the best advice to get rid of negative entities? Don't see them as negative, because it's more so karma. It's more so karma. You must integrate with your karma. You must accept the karma. Like the only reason negative entities will even want to be around you is because they are drawn to something within you. So you must discover what is it that is within you that attracts them to you or your surroundings, your environment. It's something within you that's being projected. It may not be conscious. It may be unconscious. So you must get into your alter ego to see what draws negative entities to you in the first place, that you will consider negative. It's not even that they are negative, that you may consider them negative because they're shadows or they're shades. But it's something within you that they're drawn to. It's probably the part of you that you don't want to accept, that you have a hard time accepting. But they're able to, see you for who you really are, in lack of better terms. So just because you may not accept it, just because you may not like certain qualities about yourself, they like it. They're drawn to it. And that's actually where your power is. Your power is actually in you accepting your fullness. That's what I'm doing right now, again, with the black fingernails. It's just me accepting my fullness. Like, this is more so me bringing my unconscious mind to the conscious. I'm just bringing it up. Like, it's always there. Like, I've always been a fucking rock star. I've always been into the currency of death. That's just me being a Scorpio. So all I'm doing is bringing it to the surface. I'm just not hiding it, right? I'm not just so, and that's why I said, like, yo, I'm able to see clearly. This shit helps me to open up my third eye because I see exactly how people are. So when people have a negative reaction, I'm like, all right, I see you. And then when people have positive reactions, because then I've also ran into women with positive reactions, like they're just uncertain about what the fuck is going on. Because again, they're just used to seeing the feminine form of the rock star, you could say. They're not really used to the divine masculine and the divine feminine, right? That's basically all it is. So I'm like, I don't reduce my masculinity. I just combine it with the feminine, right? So that's Baphomet shit, right? That's just Baphomet shit. Just combining the divine feminine with the divine masculine, which is the last thing that people really can handle. So yeah, it's like, I'm fucking walking Baphomet around this bitch. So of course it reveals people's plays. So it's hard to fool people, like when they have a certain reaction towards you. It's hard. Basically, they can't run game on you. I'm just going to be completely honest. They can't run game on you. So that's why I was saying earlier about women who would have just shut me down. Basically, if I tried to run a game on her or whatever women, like they just shut me down, right? But when I have these fingernails on and I'm not trying to run the game on you, all they can do is react negatively because it's basically like a counterbalance. I'm initiating a counterbalance. I'm basically flipping the game. I'm flipping it on them. So because I'm not the dude trying to ask for your number, or I'm not the dude, trying to get in your pants, I'm not coming at you overly masculine. I'm actually combining it with the feminine. People don't really know how to react to that. So that's why the only thing they can do is have a negative reaction because they don't really know what to do with that. They don't have a response to that because they're not used to dealing with people like that. They're just used to dealing with, overly masculine man or a man who's just being too feminine. Because we know those type of people, the LGBTQ, who just taking it over the top. No disrespect to them, but there's some people that just take that shit over the top. So basically, they're used to one of the extremes, somebody being too masculine or somebody being too feminine. They're not really used to somebody who's walking that in-between space. So that's why when people don't really know how to react, the reaction is going to be negative because they really don't know how to respond to a counterbalance. How do you respond to a person that's really not trying to fuck with you like that? Right? When you balance it, you become powerful. And that's the whole point right there. But you see, I had to get over my own, misconceptions and okay, like this may be a little too feminine. I just had to get over all that. There's some to that I feel like it's demanding people's attention. Definitely black is a very powerful energy. You know what I mean? Yeah, these black fingernails. I'm like, yo, I didn't think it would bring that type of reactions out of people till I did it myself. Right? Like I didn't know how powerful it is till I tried it myself. Had I not tried it myself, I wouldn't know. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, it brings powerful reactions. It does. I agree. And I'm like, yeah, that's so as a Scorpio, that's what you want anyway. I'm like, yeah, I want those powerful reactions because that let me know where I stand, right? So I already know what the deal is. I think people just can't vibe with balanced energy. It's like when you're in a relationship and it's healthy, but it bothers him or her because they're used to chaos and problem. Precisely. Because this is an imbalanced world. They don't want us to be balanced. When you're in balance, it's easier for you to be controlled. But when you know how to stabilize your own forces, and then you be amongst people who don't know how to stabilize their forces, yeah, of course they're going to look at you negatively. They're going to give you a negative reaction. But it's like, yeah, you're not giving them anything negative. You're trying to be a civilized human being. But right, they're not used to somebody being civilized. Again, they're used to people just trying to be overly aggressive, trying to get in their pants. They're just used to people being on sex time, you can say. which they are masters of. Like you can say the women are masters of, rejecting men, being overly sexual. So it's like that's not a challenge to them. They don't have no problem like just saying no. So when you're not giving them that energy, they don't really have a response. But again, I had to learn it firsthand. I'm like, oh, you really don't have a response. There's really, because when a person gives you a negative reaction and they don't know you, it's not personal. It's not personal. You haven't did anything personal to this person. So the type of reaction I get, I'm like, it ain't personal because we have there's some type of tension there. It's not personal. It's just now they just bring out again their own imbalance. Because right, they don't know how to deal with balance themselves. Because all they're just used to people being, again, overly masculine or overly feminine. So when you got somebody walking in between the spaces, walking in between the dimensions, you would think like, yeah, why would that cause somebody to have a negative reaction when they don't even, again, they will have a positive reaction if I was overly feminine. If I was coming with, you could say, the gay current. If I was on gay time, I'm sure like a lot of women are, they have best friends that are gay. That are feminine, overly feminine. Again, no disrespect to them, but that's the energy that they can deal with. Again, they know how to deal with the overly masculine or the overly feminine, but when you're in between those spaces, they're like, oh, that's unusual. So when people encounter very unusual and strange things, of course, they're not going to react in ways that are, you can say, positive. Because it's very unusual to them, right? Again, but that's the whole point of the Baphomet, right? It's the whole point of the Baphomet. That's very unusual. You're seeing this goat with titties. It's very unusual, right? You know what I mean? It's basically Lucifer time, right? I'm on Lucifer time. I'm on devil time, right? Which is very unusual, right? So yeah, it's one thing to be on demon time, right? But when you on devil time, when you on Lucifer time, when you on Satan time, ooh, they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. Like, oh, it's a fucking walking devil. They don't know what to do. Oh, they don't know what to do. I'll be holding back laughs because I can see it clearly. I'm like, you don't even know what to do, do you? But it is what it is, though. It's very entertaining. It's very entertaining. I know when I walk to a room, I demand everyone's attention. And when I speak, I catch everyone off guard. I have a deep voice. Oh, they're like, what the fuck? And it changes the energy of the room. I get stares until I leave. But yeah, you coming in with that fucking deep ass voice. Oh, fuck. That's funny, but yeah, you already know what the deal is, right? I can perfectly understand that. Like a woman that's, very feminine. We got this deep voice, so like, oh, fuck. Yeah, completely. Yeah, they expect you to have this high-pitched feminine voice. But then you got some bass in your voice. You come out there with that bass. Oh, fuck, they don't know what to do. Exactly. So all they can do is stare at you like, you're a fucking exotic beast. Cause that's all they can. They just don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. I guess it's the same way like you saw a person with a bunch of tattoos on their face. You know what I mean? Like who's overly tattooed up. Like people just don't know how to react because they're not used to dealing with that type of energy. So it's very entertaining. Yeah, once you accept it. So yeah, it's one thing when you're like, oh shit, for one type of person, they start to, feel insecure. But another type of person, when they accept it, it becomes very entertaining. Because again, it represents a counterbalance. It's very hard for people to manipulate you when they're unsure about what the fuck you are in the first place. So basically, the normal game that they run, they can't really run the normal game. It's the same way, like when women are used to simps. When a goddamn pimp comes along, they don't know what to do. It's the same thing. Like when women are used to men, just being overly attentive to them, being overly nice, Then the dude comes in who has no interest in you. This shit was happening to me when I used to work jobs and stuff. Back when I was working 9 to 5, I would be peeping all this. I'd be peeping like coworkers and shit. Like the dudes be like overly attentive to the women, they overly trying to talk to women, and I would just fall back. I'm like, I'm not gonna give these women any extra attention. You got all these dudes, so they really don't know, what to expect from me. Cause I'm like, I'm not simping for you. You know what I mean? I got the pimp mentality, so they'll know what to do. They don't know what to do. But again, that's when people are just used to a certain type of treatment, a certain type of energy. When you come with a different current, they don't have no training for that. They don't have a response. So again, most of the time it will be negative. Most of the time they will have a negative response. But that just shows you that they really don't know how to deal with that type of energy. Right? Because they don't have no training. Because you can say 99% of the people, they're running game though. That's the whole thing. They're running game. So even the man who was simping, that's just his form of game. So the man that's being overly nice, that's trying to speak with his money, speak with his resources, that's just his game. That's how he runs game. That's how he gets his foot in the door. So that's still a form of manipulation. It's still a form of deception because he has an intention. He's not necessarily doing that because that's how he is. He just do that to get his foot in the door. So it's still game. So when you have a counter game, well, I don't give a fuck about getting your door. Like, I don't give a fuck about being in your door. It's like people don't know what the fuck to do, right? Again, it's very strange. Very strange. Again, I didn't see this. Again, I got so much experience. Like, I used to work at like Universal Studios. I would interact with thousands of people a day. So I had plenty experience. I was working there for years. So like I'm interacting with thousands of people per day. So like I just use it as a human experiment. I'm studying everything. Using my little mantras, like I'm going everywhere. So like I didn't see all type of game being ran and how people respond, how people react, what people do. Is like I didn't study all this stuff, firsthand. I didn't see it all. So that's how I was able to step outside of the boundaries because I didn't seen all these plays. I didn't seen all the plays. I'm like, I can notice the play even before it happens. I'm like, I see it before it happens. So I already know how to navigate on the outside of it. I already know how to, take those outer limits, right? I know how to go into the outer limits, what people are not expecting. That's what he is. So you see, that's why he's so good, I'm so good at being on devil time, Satan time, you see what I talk about. See, it's not too many people that even do what I do on YouTube, right? That's why I do it. That's why I do what I do. Like, let me talk about devil shit while everybody else is talking about God. Because I'm like, because I already know. Like, because to me, it's all game anyway. It's all game. I'm like, yeah, all these people talking about God, you don't think they still trying to, get ass? You don't think they still trying to get money out to people? Like, they're just running their game. Their game is just God. Like, they're still game. I'm like, I didn't see it. I'm like, so let me do this. Let me start speaking about the most satanic, demonic stuff that you can possibly speak of. Because at least I'm not running no game. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, he's satanic. He's a Luciferian. Like, whatever title. I'm like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I am. People are not used to people just being straightforward like that. That's why it throws people off. So I already know. Like, people are not used to being straightforward. I'm like, yeah, last thing I'm going to do is lie to you. Because I'm already putting it in the forefront. Versus a person that's supposed to be pro-God, pro-religious, pro-Christ. And these be the people that fucking deceive you. These be the people that do you wrong. Worse than somebody who's on devil time. Because at least I told you I'm on devil time, so you know what to expect. If you choose to fuck with it, you already know what to expect. Versus somebody who's pretending to do something or be some type of way. That's how people get thrown off. Like, oh shit, I thought that this person was a good person. That's why I'm like, yo, nope, I'm not a good person. I'm the most satanic person you'll ever meet in your life. You listen to the music. My music is so fucking satanic, you don't know. It just is what it is, right? But there's no manipulation, like it's right there. So when you listen to the music, when you listen to the content, you already know what to expect. So there's no manipulation. There's no need for deception. There's no need for manipulation because it's already put in your face. So whoever fuck with it, and whoever don't, they're gonna make it known. They're gonna get the fuck on. And then the people that fuck with it tend to be genuine. That's the whole purpose of 93, right? So if you're on that 93 time, you're on 93 time because you're genuinely on 93 time. I didn't have to deceive you. I didn't have to manipulate you. All I did was bring it to the forefront, what was already within you. So now you're able to express it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, I see what was going on. Right? That's all it is. Bring the unconscious to the conscious, right? Right? Yeah, usually these people on the extreme seem to not like bisexuals either. It's weird for them to be able to love both. Exactly. Exactly. Because, we try to simplify sexuality, but it's very complex. That's why it's a whole house dedicated to sexuality. That's why the eighth house of astrology or the eighth house of the zodiac deals with sexuality. There's a whole area of life. Sexuality is not as clear cut as we think. Basically, like either you're straight or you're gay. It's not that simple. So when you consider people that are bisexual that like both, it's not as simple. Then you have transsexuals. You got bisexuals, transsexuals, pansexuals, psychosexuals. Like this shit gets real complex. But we try to simplify something that was never simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a whole house dedicated to it. So most people who think you can say they're straight or they're gay, you probably are something that you don't even realize. That's the whole thing. Like it's simplified, but you're most likely. Then they have it. What is it now? They have terms like non-binary. There's a lot of people that's non-binary. So you see, like the shit gets real complex, but we make it more simplified, right? Meaning you have transsexuals. Let's just say a man who identifies as a woman, but he still may like men, or she may like women. So like it's not clear cut. Every transsexual you can say man or is not into men. Some are into women, then some are bisexual. Like you can have a transsexual that's bisexual. Oh shit, this shit get crazy. Right? That's why it's a whole house of astrology dedicated to that, because you must have an understanding of your own sexuality. You have to understand what you are. And it's never as simple as, oh, well, I'm straight, or I like this, or I like that. Because truly, sexuality doesn't have anything to do with what you're attracted to. That's the biggest misconception. Sexuality has nothing to do with who you lay down with. It's more about what's in your spirit. Meaning, this is the whole science of Tantra. The whole science of Tantra is you're using sexual currency for the purposes of enlightenment, which is you developing yourself, you learning yourself. It's not even about who you're laying down with. It's about you discovering who and what you are. So you can say the actual sexual act is more of a tool. It's not even that you even give a fuck. That's why you can say a straight man can still have sex with other men and still be straight. Now a person would say, well, you're gay. Well, again, you have people doing acts that are not necessarily in alignment with their own sexuality. Is that not the whole purpose of Hollywood? You know what I mean? When people go to jail and they engage in acts that they don't engage with when they're not in jail. Like shit be going down. So you have people that lay down with people that they're not necessarily attracted to, that they're not necessarily drawn to. That shit is happening every day. This shit is happening every day. People are doing things that they are not necessarily naturally inclined to do, depending on the circumstance. And all this is a form of sexuality. That's why you have like secret societies that are really into, gay sex. But it's not necessarily because you're gay. They just understand the sexual currency between two men or the sexual currency between two women, which has nothing to do with your personal sexuality. It has everything to do with activating your own sexual currency. So you see, as we begin to dig into that eighth house, things become a real, just depending on how you view your own sexual currency, is how you take it, right? And again, that's why the eighth house is ruled by Scorpio. So of course, I'm the best qualified to tell you about this stuff, being that I am a Scorpio, or anybody else who's a Scorpio. We'll be able to tell you more about this stuff than the average person who's not a Scorpio. Because this is essentially this is what it means to be a Scorpio. And that's why every sign rules over a particular area of life. If you were Aries, you rule over image. As an example, that's the first house. So who better to talk to about your image than an Aries? Who better to talk to about, you say, getting money than a Taurus? Because a Taurus rules over resources, especially your bank account. Who better to talk about communication than a Gemini? And so on and so forth, right? So we come into this world pre-qualified to become masters of particular areas of life, depending on your particular zodiac sign. Now, are you limited to that? Absolutely not. We all have access to all 360 degrees of the zodiac. But you are a master of, you could say, a particular 30 degrees, because every sign has 30 degrees. So if you are a Scorpio, Taurus, Libra, Aquarius, it's for you to master those particular 30 degrees. And then we can further divide those 30 degrees into 10 degrees each, which we call the deacons. Every zodiac sign has 3 deacons. That's why in the tarot, every zodiac sign has 3 cards dedicated to it. So Aries, for example, represents the 2, 3, and 4 of wands. So it's not just 1 card, it's 3 cards. So every Aries, you can say, is a master of the 2, 3, and the 4 of wands. So you see, we then took it from astrology, we then took it to the tarot. Then we can further take it to the Kabbalah. If we look at the path of Aries, Kabbalistically, it's between Tabarif and Chokmah, or basically the Sun and Neptune. So that's a little advanced, so we ain't even got to get into that. But I'm giving you an example of how deep it can go depending on what you are ready to experience. That's why the occult can take you as deep as you are ready to go. The occult has no limits. It's all about how deep can you journey into these mysteries. And that's what you get from it, because it depends on how deep you can journey. So anybody who tries to simplify these things, that's just based on how deep they're willing to go. Like, there's people who are willing to dig into astrology, but they don't want to dig into numerology. They don't want to dig into tarot. They don't want to dig into the Kabbalah, and they definitely don't want to dig into the clip-off. But that's based on their own limitations about what they perceive as good and what they perceive as bad, right? All right. So that's what I mean by it's all about your own personal limitations, what you are ready to handle and what you're not ready to handle. What's up, Ty? Peace. Right? It's all about what you can handle. So just for me, I just been able to handle. Scorpios are about death, right? So I didn't went as deep as you can possibly go. Like, cause you could say at the depths of the clip off, that's where you find Satan. That's where you find Maloch, the twin god, right? So that's why I'm always talking about this stuff, right? So I'm just speaking from the level of being at the deepest levels of the clip off. And what I mean by the deepest levels of the clip off is the lower levels. That's what a lot of people are into the clip off, but they just want to journey at the lower levels. What I mean by that is, people that like get into the dark side, just to do regular shit. Trying to manipulate people. Like, a lot of people get into the dark side for, just lowly shit. They're not getting into the dark side for high level occult works, you can say, right? Most people get into it for low reasons. They're not getting into it for high reasons, meaning they're not getting into the occult to teach it. You can say that would be a high reason to share it. Most people into the occult are not sharing it. They are secretive. They're not doing what I do. They're not teaching it. They're not educating the people as to what's possible, right? Wouldn't that hold you back though? Yes, exactly. Meaning, if you enter into the clip off, you have to make your journey upward. Otherwise, it will destroy you. And that's how people end up destroying themselves. Because like if you open up these dark gates, if you open up these dark portals, you cannot stay stagnant. This saying you can't get comfortable at the lower levels because it will consume you. And that's how a lot of people become consumed because they want to open up these portals, but they want to stay stagnant because again, it feels good. No, it intensifies your pleasures. It intensifies your desires. It intensifies your wants. It intensifies your needs. So everything is intensified. So it can ultimately consume you if you don't make your journey upward. But the reason why people don't want to make their journey upward is because you go to find fucking Satan waiting for your ass. That's why that's what I say. People get into the dark side, but they're never going to claim to be devil worshippers. They're not claiming to be one with Satan, one with Lucifer. They're sorry about that. They're not going to go into those deeper chambers. So that's how you know. So that's why they have to be sneaky about it. That's my whole point of saying it. They like to be sneaky. There's a lot of people dibbling and dabbling into the occult, but they're sneaky with it because they're still at the lower levels. But when you can, make it known, like, yeah, I am satanic, I am demonic, I am Luciferian, then that's how you know, like, okay, well, you have accepted this shit because you have made your journey upward. Because again, the only thing you're gonna find at the lowest levels or the highest levels is Satan. And most people, again, if you're a God-fearing person, if you're pro-God, you can't claim both sides. Right? You can't claim both sides. But Satan is actually a twin God. So you actually can claim both sides. But again, the average person ain't doing that. That's why they got to be sneaky with it. That's why they got to, keep it on the lower levels. That's why they're not claiming to be any of this. So that's what I mean. So when you open up these portals, you have to make the journey. You cannot stay stagnant. If you want to stay stagnant, you have to strictly deal with the Kabbalah. You can stay stagnant with the Kabbalah, but you can't stay stagnant with the clip-off. That's why the clip-off is forbidden for most people. That's why they don't teach about the clip-off, because you must make your journey. You can't stay stagnant. You will be consumed by it. Like, you basically have to accept that you are satanic, that you are Luciferian. You have to accept it because that's why you opened up the portals in the first place. But again, that's why when people get into the dark side with ill intentions, it consumes them. Because once they meet those intentions, they don't want to journey upward. So basically, once they discover the power, like, oh shit, I'm able to do this, I'm able to do that, I'm able to do this, they don't want to keep going upward. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Let me just plug up this charger. Hold on. Let me just plug up this charger. All right, we should be good now. We should be good now. So, get back to what I was saying. When people open up these chambers for low reasons, humanistic reasons, again, just trying to get some money, trying to get some ass, trying to have a little influence on the masses, the public, whatever it is. Once they fulfill those desires, they try to stay stagnant because they're good with where they're at. But it ends up consuming them because after all, you opened up dark portals. After all, you're doing dealings with the devil. You're doing dealings with demons and jinn because that's what you're going to find in the clip off. You're dealing with demons and jinn. And you can Satan is the highest jinn, the shaitan, right? That's the highest jinn. That's the highest level. So of course, you're not going to be able to come into these. It's basically like the hood. Just let's look at it. It's the same thing with the streets. If you come trying to sell drugs in somebody else's neighborhood and you're not giving them a portion of your sales, don't expect them to just let you do it. You may be able to get away with it for a minute, but eventually you're going to be approached. And they're going to like, yo, if you're not a part of what we got going on and you don't want to break no bread, you can't do this. And if you think like, okay, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want, then expect violence. It's the same thing. It's the same way. So, man, all right, if you are opening up these portals, if you are utilizing our powers, which is basically your own darker powers, your own demonic forms, then expect them to want some type of payment in return. And of course, you can't pay demons or jinn with money. That's human, right? What's the difference between jinn and demon? Some occultists use it interchangeably, especially with the Goetia. Demons and jinn, I would say, it's like the difference between Christianity and Islam. Because Christianity makes no mention of jinn. Christianity, you could say, make mentions of demons. However, jinn, according to the Quran, jinn had their own world, which is separate from the human world. Jinn also have the ability to be positive or negative. Like jinn can have wives, jinn can have children. They have their own world. They are made from fire, a smokeless fire. That is the jinn, right? So they have a whole separate reality. So meaning, all the people that say, okay, demons working, you know what people like blame demons, oh, you got demons in you, right? They're not talking about jinn because the jinn don't give a fuck about you. They got their own, just like people don't give a fuck about jinn. Jinn had their own lives, they got their own family, they got their own jobs. They have a whole separate reality outside of human existence. So everybody who say, oh, you gotta deal with your demons, you gotta fight your demons. You can say demons are lower level. You can say a demon can be a vice that somebody has. So if a person, does too much of something, it becomes a vice. People classify that as a demon, right? So a demon doesn't necessarily have to refer to a particular entity or spirit. But you see, demons more so, you could say they just like to feed on a person's vices, right? Versus a jinn, you got to really go to them. You have to go to the jinn. That's why it's forbidden to work with the jinn. Like in Islam, you are not allowed to work with the jinn. But that means that you actually can work with the jinn. If it's actually forbidden, that means you can work with them. But you see, you have to open up the gates. You have to open up the portals. They're not necessarily coming to you. Because why would they? They got their own shit to worry about. But you say a demon is more so you can say dependent on you. You can say the demons don't have their own world. The demon must be dependent on basically your vices. They need to be fed basically from the human experience. The same thing like deities, right? Or gods and goddesses. Basically, if you start worshiping them, they don't exist. So they are dependent upon a person's worship. They are dependent upon a person's offerings. Like if people stop making prayers and offerings to certain spirits, they will cease to exist. That's not the case with Jinn. A Jinn is not based upon a person's prayers or offerings because they have their own reality that's separate from the human. So the two worlds do not have to interchange or intermingle. But you can say with demons, they have to intermingle. So you can say demons are dependent upon you giving it energy. A Jinn, you have to go to the Jinn. That's the whole purpose of the clip off. Like when you work with the clip off, you run into a bunch of Jinn. They're like, oh shit, what's up? They're like, oh, you didn't came into our world, right? So that's the difference. And again, they have free will. Some of them are positive and some of them are negative. So the type of Jinn that you encounter will be based on how you are. So the type of Jinn that's drawn to you will be based on your spirit. So let's just say you have a pure spirit. You will run into Jinn that are pure. But you see, when it comes to demons, we don't really hear about demons being positive ever. Like, we don't ever hear about positive demons. So I would say the main difference between the Jinn and the demons is Jinn have the ability to be positive. So you actually have, you can say, good Jinn out there. But we don't really hear about good demons now, do we? Because the whole purpose of something being a demon is it has to be negative. So the whole connotation of a demon is negative. But when we talk about the Jinn, you can have positive Jinn. And it's based on you. This is what I mean by if you are a person that wants to actually make your journey completely through the clip off, you will be drawn to more positive or pure Jinn. Because you realize there's more waiting for me. Meaning you're not going to be consumed by your lower desires. You can say that's negative Jinn. So basically people that are into murder, because that's how jinns are created. Jinns are created from violent deaths most of the time. Most of the time, jinns are created from violent death. So if you are a person that gets off on murder, and that's what murderers do, murderers get off on murder. They have like a sexual release, like it's orgasmic for a murderer to kill. So they have to feed that because it's orgasmic to them. It's like busting a nut for them. Right, this is directly from killers. Like they get off to it. That's how they get off. So you can say those are lower desires. You're feeding your lower entity. So you will be drawn to, you can say, more violent types of Jinn if you are a violent person. But if you are a non-violent person, violent Jinns are not going to be drawn to you because you can't feed those desires. So that's why you have Jinns that dispense wisdom on people. You could say those are higher Jinns, such as Satan. See, everybody wants to make Satan to be this lower being, but Satan is at the head of the clip-off. So Satan cannot be the ruler of all the Jinn or all of the demons, the vampires, the succubus, the incubus, with lower desires. But that's what the Bible wants to tell you. Like Satan is going around trying to tip people to do lower things. No, that's not you can't be the ruler doing lower shit. Meaning you can't be the king or the queen and you're concerned with what everybody else is doing outside of, the royalty, outside of the palace. That's like the king or the queen, looking at, what the peasants are doing. And by peasant, I just mean by people that's just drawn by lower desires. They're just looking for their next fix. They're just looking for their next high. That's like a king or a queen. You can't be a king or a queen, and that's basically how far your mind goes. Your mind doesn't go past your next high. You're not qualified to be a king or a queen. So basically, you're not qualified to even be satanic or Luciferian, right? You're not even qualified to be on that level if that's how you're thinking. But you see people open up those type of portals. But that's why it destroys them. You get destroyed by your own desires, especially when they're lower. So that's why you can say murderers end up getting caught and going to jail, spending the rest of their life behind bars because they wasn't able to get over those lower desires. They just kept doing it as if they just want to keep being able to do it. And then it ends up, backfiring on them because you're actually, you're being destructive. But you can say the higher Jinn are not about being destructive. Those are the lower worlds. The further and further you go up, You're going to be drawn to, you can say, jinns that dispense wisdom, such as Satan. Because Satan, as I explained before, Satan is older than this world. Satan has access to wisdom that predates this existence. That's what the whole clip-off is. The clip-off is the first creation. Before you had a Kabbalah, you had the clip-off. That's the whole story of the clip-off. The clip-off is considered the mistake. You can say God created, according to the clip-off, God made a mistake the first time he or she created. The first creation was a mistake. Then the true creation became what we call the tree of life, or the Kabbalah. But before you had the tree of life, you had the tree of death, which represents the first creation. And without the tree of death, there is no tree of life. So basically, the tree of life is based upon the tree of death. That's why the clip-off is considered to be shells. All right? So hopefully that answered the question. I probably went a little bit too deep, though. God damn. I've been thinking about the clip-off, and I thought to myself, why would I do that? Because people make it seem seem as if it's just an overhaul of your consciousness that most people fuck their lives up. So I've been studying what it is and why I should go through it. Yeah, then this is what I mean, because most people who get into these dark arts are doing it for lowly intentions. And it ends up backfiring on them. Again, YouTube, YouTube is the best example of this. Though you don't have to go no further than YouTube. Like a lot of people, you know, that amass a big following. See, again, like, YouTubers are not good people. I don't know if y'all realize that. YouTubers are not good people. Why do you think they be getting into all this bullshit? Like, you have a lot of YouTubers just getting into stupid ass situations, doing stupid ass shit. That's why, like, it's not a title of endurement to be a YouTuber. Because, like, look at these people again. They get a little clout, they get a little money, then they just lose themselves. Now that you have access to whatever your desire is, you basically lose yourself in that desire. And many YouTubers fall for this trap because YouTube is the clip-off. What do I mean? That's why on YouTube, most of the content is based on bullshit. That's why people are talking about narcissists. They're talking about, you know, hexes and spells. Most of the content is negative. Even the content for children is negative. I'll be watching some of this content that's made for kids, and like some of that shit disgusts me. I'm like, how is this for kids? They be real sneaky with that shit. I be peeping that shit. Watch something that's supposed to be for kids, and then you be looking at the conversations. Like it could be like two toys talking to each other. And then when you analyze the conversation and what's being said, I'm like, yo, this is for kids? Like, that shit was kind of wild. What's going on here? Like, a lot of this shit be wild. A lot of this shit be like, yo, how the fuck is this for kids? Like, what the fuck is this? They're not using cuss words, but the content, like, it's very narcissistic. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird as fuck. It's like, I'm like, yo, I don't know how the fuck kids even, but I'm like, this is how kids be programmed. I'm like, fucking being on YouTube. These fucking YouTubers be having these sick ass thoughts, like putting it into kids and shit, be trying to program, like, this shit is disgusting to me. So YouTube is the clip-off. That's why you must make your journey fully through the clip-off, or you will be destroyed. And that's why we have all these examples. YouTubers being arrested. Why do you think it's like YouTubers be getting into the weirdest fucking situations? I didn't heard about YouTubers that done got stabbed to death. Motherfuckers getting into the most craziest situations, touching kids, getting women drunk, and filling on these women. I'm like, what the fuck are you YouTubers doing? Like, this shit is weird as fuck to me. But it is the clip-off. It's just on a lower form. But that's why somebody like me had to come along. I'm like, okay, this is how you actually do this shit. Because I'm looking at what everybody else is doing. I'm like, yo, I see what your desires are. You just wanted a little money. You just wanted a little car. You just wanted to have access to fucking kids. You just wanted to have access to women. You just wanted to have access to men. Whatever the fuck that they wanted, once they got it, they lose themselves in it, and the shit just gets weird as fuck. I didn't see it again. I done been on YouTube the whole time. YouTube was made in 2005. I've been creating content since 2007 through multiple channels. So I didn't see the entire evolution. There's very few people who have actually made it completely through the tree. Because again, once they get in tune with this clout, once they get in tune with this fame, but that's why I tell you to be infamous, right? Ain't nobody else gonna tell you that. I'm like, yo, the purpose was to be infamous, not famous. So while everybody else is chasing fame, they're chasing numbers, comments, whatever it is they're chasing. That's why, again, that's why. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Why do you think they ask you that? Do you think they ask you that because that helps you, or does that help them to get to wherever the fuck they're trying to go? You see what I mean? Like, they clearly have some type of intention. They have a desire. They're trying to be famous. They're trying to get somewhere. They're not like, okay, let me actually have a full experience of what this can do for me. But you only can have that if your focus is on infamy, to be infamous. But again, I'm probably the only one who even talks about that. I'm like, yo, don't make your intention to be famous, because yes, once you start getting around famous types of people, you start getting them amongst these Hollywood type of people that's into these sex cults. That's just going to bleed you and suck you up for your energy. Don't be surprised, because that's what happens. You get a little YouTube clout, a little YouTube fame, and now you're able to, brush shoulders with celebrities, and then you end up, getting into some messy ass situation. It's all over the news. It's all over. It's everywhere. These fucking YouTubers are messy. These are some of the messiest people on the planet. Some of the sickest people on the planet. But everybody loves a train wreck, right? Because when you have a battery in your back, when you have people following you that want to see you crash out, see, that's what they don't realize. When you are that type of person, that your following reflects that. Your following reflects the type of person you are. So if you are a train wreck, you're going to attract people that want to see you crash out. How do I know? Just go to these people that go live. People with these followings, the look at the comments, the live comments be absolutely disgusting. They can't even control their own comments. These people be going live, and just look at the comments from the people. It'd be the most disgusting shit that you can think of. It's like, yo, goddamn, like your followers are fucking crazy. These motherfuckers is maniacs or fanatics. You got a lot of fucking maniacs and fanatics, because that's who they are. Your followers actually, you can say, reflect your own unconscious mind. You can say they reflect your secret desires. Hence, why do you think it's not really a lot of trolls that come around here? You see, I've been on YouTube a long time. You rarely, and you see, I be going live all the fucking time. You rarely, if ever, even see trolls. People that's trying to throw off the conversation and all that. Why do you think they don't come around here? Because they may fuck around and learn something. Imagine that. Imagine that. You see a lot of people, they're like, yo, I ain't even about to troll this dude. You see, we don't deal with trolls around here now, do we? Everybody that comment or is sincere, they're genuine. That's why I love interacting with you. Because it's genuine. You don't really, again, people won't be trolling. They may be watching, but they don't troll. But then go to your normal average YouTuber. They got trolls every time they go live. It's people trolling, saying it's the dumbest shit that you can think of. They be trolled because that's really who they are. That's really who they are. So they're constantly being trolled. And basically the trolls can see you for how you actually are. That's really what a troll is. Sorry about that. That's really what these trolls are. They like, yo, they see through your game. They see through the game that you're running. And they basically just put it in your face. Like, I see what you're really trying to do here. And I'm going to and that's why you got to block people. I can't remember the last time I blocked somebody. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker is just trolling so much. Let me just block this person. When the last time I had to block a person? Again, we got mods in here. When the last time I asked one of the mods to block somebody? Because we don't have to. These motherfuckers are not going to show up around here. You may fuck around and learn something. And the troll ain't trying to learn shit. They're like, oh, fuck. If you listen to me long enough, you go learn something. They not trying to learn. If you listen to me long enough, you're like, oh, shit. Right? I'm all right. Just being honest here. Just being honest here. So, because I actually take you through the full clip off. That's why you see I'm telling you what the game is. I'm not hiding it from you. I'm not lying to you. I'm like, yo, you got to keep going. That's why you see I have to keep creating content. That's why you see I don't give a fuck about the likes. I don't give a fuck about the comments, meaning I still show up regardless. If one person is watching or 100 people are watching, if one person comment, 100 people comment, I still show up. I still got to give the same energy because I'm not concerned with the fame. I'm not trying to be YouTube famous. I'm trying to be YouTube infamous. And I think that's I accomplished that. Yeah, I accomplished it. I'm YouTube infamous. That's why YouTube has to blackball me, fuck up the live streams. You see, I'm YouTube infamous. I'm not YouTube famous. YouTube probably would never allow me to really to break out the chambers, and I don't need to. My message was only meant for a certain type of person to begin with. That's why I feed a certain type of person, which is 93. That's why I'm here for 93. I'm not here for the masses. I don't make content for the masses. That's why I don't make simple ass content. This content is not for beginners. This content is like you realize that you're in the tree already. Like, oh shit, I'm in the clip off. Let me figure out how to navigate this bitch. That's why I make content for when you realize you're in the clip off. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to get to the top. I'm trying to become infamous. Now, if you become famous and all that, you do that by, on your own. But I'm gonna teach you how to be infamous. I'm gonna teach you infamy, right? I teach you how to navigate the shadows. Now, what you do with that is completely up to you. But that's what I'm here for. I showed you how to navigate the shadows. Because that's what it means to be in the clip off. You must master the dark. You must master the shadows. You must master your own shade. You must master your own alter ego. That's why you're here. And what you do with that is completely up to you. But you see, if I was different, if I was chasing the fame, if I was chasing the clout, I wouldn't be teaching any of this stuff because I would try to be more YouTube friendly. I would make more content that's more appealing, right? Because I could easily do that. I can easily just make content just that I know is going to attract the masses, but I can give a fuck about the masses. So that's why I keep making advanced content. I'm like, so you see, as you progress, I start to make more and more sense to you. The deeper you go into the clip off, I begin to make more and more sense. There's people that be watching me and I don't make no sense to. Like, yo, why the fuck would I even want to mess with a demon or a Jinn or Satan or Lucifer? So some people that hear that and they don't want it, they click off the fucking video. But if you're deep enough in the clip off, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Like, oh shit. That is, like, yeah, I do got to master my own alter ego. I do have to master my own darkness. That's how I become balanced. I can't be pro-God and anti-devil. I can't accept 50% of myself and neglect the other 50%. So that's what it is. I just try to be living proof of what I talk about. And then as you see, 93 reflects that. That's why, again, you see, we don't have to deal with trolls. We don't have to deal with people that just coming in just trying to invade. That's why I'm like, yo, I can invite anybody on. I let the people talk. I'm going to start, taking calls again and all that. That's why you see I be fucking with the stream yard. I allow people to come up. I allow people to interact with me. And you see I interact back. You talk to me, I talk back. All right? You see, like I was saying before, you do any business with me, you're going to get what you pay for. I don't scam, I don't cheat, I don't rob, I don't do none of this stuff. But you would think, okay, well, if you're working with demons, you should be into that. But you see, I break that stigma. That's why I'm here. I'm here to break the stigma. That's okay, people in the dark side, this people is trying to rob you, they're trying to scam you, they're trying to deceive you. I break all those stigmas. Because when you fuck with me, like, yeah, you're just going to get an honest person. I'm going to tell you the truth. Even if you don't want to hear it. Even if it's not suitable to you, I'm still going to tell you exactly what needs to be said. And I do honest business. Everybody who has ever spent money, they got what they paid for the whole fucking time. There's not a single video on YouTube somebody talking negatively about me. Not one. And how I know, because if anybody ever puts my name in a YouTube video, I get a Google alert. So the moment somebody makes a video about me, I'm going to get an alert to my email and I will see the video. But that hasn't happened yet. Now, trust me, I can't stop nobody from making a video. So the reason why the videos are not there because people don't make them, because they have no reason to make them. And I'm not saying that I got along with everybody that I, met, or everybody. I'm not saying that everybody is always agreeable with my energy. I'm not saying that. But people normally don't have a vengeance towards me, especially if I haven't. I didn't do anything wrong to a person. Haven't took anything from a person. I don't steal from people. I don't do any of these. I don't do anything that would make people want to do that type of, or put that type of energy out there. So that's why it's not out there. But look at all these other fucking creators. And all the videos of people talking about them, and they're actually telling the truth. Ain't nobody sparing me. Meaning, if I was out here doing some fuck shit, then there will be people talking about the fuck shit that I'm doing. Because why wouldn't they? They talk about everybody else. Why would they not talk about me? Why would they not bring the facts and the evidence if I was really out here doing these things? But I still have to deal with it, though. Meaning, if you have bigger creators with bigger platforms and these people turned out to be disingenuous, it makes people untrustworthy of people like me. So I still have to deal with the consequences. So it's hard for people to trust people like me. It ain't because I did anything. It's because the people in this field, you got a bunch of so-called spiritual people getting over on people, then people stop spending money with spiritual people. So I also have to deal with that. People are not as trustworthy as they was, let's just say 5, 10 years ago. Because of all these fuck boys and fuck girls, right? Who abuse the trust of the people. And when you abuse the trust of the people, then the people become your enemy. And then they can't be stopped after that point. There's certain people that videos are being made about them every day, and people are not going to stop making videos because they were disingenuous with the people. And I've made it my mission to be genuine with the people. Which is why you see I come on here. It's not because I get a YouTube check. YouTube is not paying me. YouTube blackballs me. I deal with all of the negatives of YouTube, and I still show up because I show up for the people. I have to be genuine to the people. I'm not going to let YouTube discourage me because YouTube wants to play tactics, because there's people that actually still fuck with me. So why would I take it out on you? Why would I stop showing up because YouTube want to play tricks, but the people not playing tricks with me? That's all. If the people are not playing tricks with me, I'm going to keep showing up. Because that's people that genuinely benefit from this content. They benefit from the content I put out. So I'm like, YouTube can play all the games YouTube wants to play. I'm going to still show up for the people that actually do benefit. So if it's only 10 people, if it's only 20 people, 100 people, 500 people, those are the people I show up for. And you see, I've been showing up irregardless of what I have been going through in my personal life. My personal life has had ups and downs like everybody else. But you see, I still continue to show up, whether I'm fucked up or whether I'm high on a horse. I still show up because it's people that benefit, and I will not abuse the trust of the people. However, we see most people that work with, again, demons, you can say these people tend to be bad people. So of course, like, why would a person want to work with demons if a demon is going to make you, abuse the trust of the people? So why would people even want, like, their children around you? Why would they want to, take a phone call with you or actually meet you in person? Because you work with demons, and demons are supposed to be negative, right? That's why I'm here to break the stigma. And that's all I've been doing, again, for almost 10 years now, just breaking the stigma. Like, okay, well, if demons are so negative, then why do I keep showing up and keep educating and keep conveying my personal experiences, right? Would you let me meet you in person? Anybody can meet me in person. I'm not hard to find. I'm not hard to find. I told you, I'm in Las Vegas, right? I'm in the Mojave Desert. I'm not hard to find. I'm not hard to locate. And it's been that way the whole time. It's been that way the whole time. It ain't gonna change. I have met with people over the years. I slowed it down. You know, once it became dangerous to be on live. Y'all know I used to be just outside on live. I used to be outside walking around. Oh, I'm here. I'm here. But once people started dying and shit, once people started getting fucked up over live, I'm like, yo, I probably should be doing that shit no more. But you see, when it was cool to do it, I was out there. You see, I was outside. I was anywhere. Y'all saw me all over the place. I just slowed that shit down. So basically, when I be traveling now, I don't really be revealing my location like that. But again, anybody can get it. Anybody can get it. So that's what it is. Not hard to find. I'm not hard to locate. I'm an email away. I'm a phone call away for anybody. And it's been that way. It's gonna stay that way. All right. Like I just give you the same energy you give me. If you're genuine, then I'm gonna be genuine back. If you're honest, I'm gonna be honest back. Well, actually, let me not say that, because if you start deceiving, I'm not gonna deceive you back. So let me not say that. Let me not say that. All right. All right. What's up, Goddess Incarnate? You in Vegas too? Salute to you. You already know. It's a special energy about this. It's a special energy about the desert. I tried to email you one time. You didn't even think what I was saying was real. Yeah, I remember. I remember. But again, who am I to say who's real? So, that's kind of a judgment there. And I never said, like, oh, you're not real. I'm like, who the fuck am I to tell you who's real and who's not? So I'm definitely not telling, oh, like, oh, you're real. I'm not pointing no fingers at nobody telling who anybody is. It's not my decision to tell who's real and who's not. So I don't do that. Whoever you feel you are, that's who you are. It's not my decision to make, right? I'm not here to tell nobody who's real and who's not, right? How can I work with the positive side? Don't like bad stuff. I'm for the good, no stuff coming back on me. You just gotta be genuine. You be dreaming about the deceased nightly, as you should. You should be dreaming about the deceased if you are a necromancer. But how can you work with the positive side? You just have to be a positive person. If we're just using those terms in positive or negative, right? All right. Just be you. That's all you gotta do. Just be you. Meaning, if you work with the dark side, but you're not trying to be out here hurt nobody. You're not trying to deceive anybody. You're not trying to do nobody wrong. The dark side is not going to make you do that. Again, that's the misconception. The misconception is, again, like if you start fucking with the dark side, then you're going to start doing dark things. That's not the case. It's just going to bring out what's already within you. So if you are already a genuine person, again, that's why I said when you work with the Jinn, you have positive Jinn. You're only going to not attack, what am I thinking? I'm thinking about attacking some shit. You're only going to attract the type of Jinn that you already reflect. So yeah, if you are an attacker, you're gonna attract violent Jinn. But if that's not in you, you're not gonna attract those type of Jinn to you. You're gonna attract what's already within you. So people who are violent, they're gonna work with violent Jinn. People that are into wisdom, they're gonna deal with wisdom Jinn, right? That's all. Again, that's why I'm here to destroy the stigma. Just because you're working with the clip off, just because you're working with so-called darker beings such as Satan, Lucifer, and all that, it does not mean that, okay, now you're about to go out here and fuck somebody up. Not at all, right? I didn't think you were saying I was fake, but you weren't listening. I mean, it was an email, so how was I going to listen to you? So I'm not even sure how can I listen to how can I listen to an email? However, if you would have got me on the phone, it would be different now, wouldn't it? That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do is get me on the phone. It's not hard. None of this stuff is hard to do. None of this is. But again, I'm not here to tell nobody who anybody is. If you can burn bridges and then hit somebody up later and rebuild that bridge, that's also necromancy. Well, why would you burn bridges in the first place, though? That's the whole thing. Why burn bridges in the first place? Peace God, what are your thoughts on gambling and consciousness? Gambling, if you are a gambler, that's definitely a lifestyle. That's the fifth house of Leo. So gambling is the fifth house of Leo. You know, there's many ways to gamble, especially in Las Vegas. You know what I mean? You can gamble with sports. You know, you can gamble with machines. You can play card games like, blackjack and all that. I guess it's entertaining. Most people gamble, for entertainment. They're not necessarily expecting to win. But gambling, it all depends on what you put into it. It all depends on what you put into it. Some people gamble and are very lucky and win lots of money. Other people gamble and lose lots of money. Some people become addicted to gambling. Some people just gamble one time and won a bunch of money and hit the jackpot. So really, it's based on, you really have to understand the occult, honestly, if you want to be able to manipulate those forces like that. Because you can say gambling is a currency, gambling is a force. It's a real energy, it's a real force, it's a real spirit. So you really have to, it's like, remember, it's an X-Man. I think his name was Gambit. For those who know about X-Men, it was an X-Man and his name was Gambit. And he had a card. He was tapping into the spirit. Also, Yu-Gi-Oh! If you remember Yu-Gi-Oh!, it was all about the heart of the cards. Just giving examples that people, can look up, right? So when it comes to gambling, you have to tap into the heart of the cards. What I mean by the heart of the cards is the spirit of the deck. It's just like a tarot deck. What makes a tarot reading accurate is because you are able to tap into the spirit of the deck, the spirit of the cards. So you see, I'm taking it from gambling all the way to the tarot because it's the same thing. You can use a regular playing card deck as a tarot deck, just like you can use a tarot deck as a playing card deck. Because people were using tarot cards for divination before we created the modern day 52 card deck. Before we had the modern 52 card deck, people were using tarot cards to play games. The same games they play now, they were just using tarot cards, right? So you must tap into the spirit of the cards. You must tap into the heart of the cards, right? That's how you can use gambling to your benefit and it doesn't become your detriment. It becomes your detriment when you don't tap into the spirit of the cards. You don't tap into the heart of the cards. So you're basically putting your faith into something that is imaginary instead of putting your faith in yourself. That's basically what it becomes, right? So you must put your faith into yourself because it really is you. Like when you tap into a tarot deck, you're really reading your own subconscious energy. You're reading yourself. That's the whole purpose of the occult is to know who and what you are, right? You must know who and what you are. And that's why the occult is a tool for self-discovery. So basically all of these things start off in the occult, whether you want to call it gambling. What else do people do? Basically all forms of entertainment. It's not even about a certain form. All forms of entertainment started off as forms of divination. Whether it's gambling, again, whether it's playing cards, even theater, like when people act on stage, that's a spiritual act, acting. That's spiritual. That's a form of divination. All forms of entertainment started off as forms of divination, and they eventually became entertainment as we know it today. Like people just, go to watch movies or to see, Broadway shows. All these things originally were forms of entertainment or forms of divination. They became entertainment, so people just spend their money and just have a good time, have a good show, and that's all it becomes, right? But when you can understand the basis behind these things, when you can understand the fundamentals behind these things, it's going to take you right back to the occult. Even when, like, what is it called? Ventriloquist. A ventriloquist, is a person that can, speak, and it seems like their voice is coming from something else, like a puppet. That form was originally a form of divination, dealing with, like, when people say you have an intelligence in your belly. Like when you speak as a ventriloquist, you speak from your stomach. Your stomach has an intelligence, which is a form of divination. Even with ASMR, like for people that watch ASMR videos, if you notice, a lot of ASMR videos, like their stomach starts growling. Like people that whisper, when people that whisper, especially, like, again, just watch most ASMR videos, especially the ones that are unedited. Like a lot of people can edit that stuff out, but if you watch a ASMR video and just a person whispering, you will hear their stomach growling a lot of times, especially for those who have been into ASMR for a very long time. For those who have been into ASMR, you will realize, like, oh shit, like, why you were like, why is their stomach always growling? Every time they whisper, their stomach starts growling because the stomach has an intelligence. It's a form of divination. You can say you're feeding the spirits, which was originally a form of divination. It has devolved into entertainment, but originally it was a form of divination. So all forms of entertainment originally started as divination. My friend is an actress. She says she conjured the spirit of the character. Exactly. Exactly, because that's how it started off. Because we all can tap into the archetypes, the archetypal plane, which is the world of fire. So that's exactly what we do. All of this starts off spiritual. It all starts off as a form of divination and it becomes entertainment. But that's the true arts. That's why it's called the dark arts. The dark arts is just you tapping into the original form or basis of what something is, right? So again, even gambling, right? That's a form of divination. So while most people gamble for entertainment, you don't have to gamble for entertainment. You realize that, oh shit, these cards or whatever game that you're playing, you're tapping into your own subconscious, even with chess. With chess. When they say chess mimics life, it's because chess is divination. You're tapping into your unconscious mind. So really, it's not even about the movements on the board. It's about the movements within your own subconscious. You're able to see how your subconscious is, because we can't see the subconscious. You can say it's your emotions. You're able to see deeper into yourself through the chess board. Also through a Ouija board, right? Also through a Ouija board. But people were kind of spooked out about that Ouija board because it has maintained its original context. People know, like, oh shit, if I fuck with this Ouija board, I may open up some portals. Well, that's the same thing with gambling. It's the same thing with any game. It's the same thing with chess. You tap into any of these forms, you can open up portals for spirits. That's how people become addicts. Just like sex, you can become a sex addict. You can become a drug addict. Because these are spirits. You begin to feed these spirits because it becomes addictive, right? If you don't understand the core of what you're doing, right? So that's why the occult is the basis of all this. That's why I always say memorize the occult. Once you memorize the occult, there's really nothing you don't know. That's why I try to be a living example of this. Y'all see how y'all can ask me anything and I was like I have the breakdown because all I do is reference the occult. Because the occult is all of life contained into one. So once you have this in your subconscious, you can always access it. So y'all see, I don't be taking notes. You see, y'all ask me anything and I got the answer. It's not because I know everything, it's because I know one thing. And that one thing is the occult. And the occult is the basis of all things. So because I know there's one thing, it's like I have access to all things, as we call the Akashic Records. But all that starts from the basis of the occult. All I do is go deeper and deeper into the occult. Again, I don't read a bunch of books. I don't read a bunch of other people's insights and how other people think or how other people feel. All I go is to the occult. Go deeper and deeper into the occult. Go deeper and deeper into the alchemical arts. So that's why I always encourage you to do the same. I'm not doing anything that nobody else can't do. It's just for whatever reason, I guess it's not easy to memorize these things. But again, I've been doing this since I was a teenager, so I completely understand. Things would be different if I started doing this as an adult, right? What is the best place or book that I can study and learn the occult? There is no book. Just master astrology, master numerology. Meaning you have to know what you're already into. See, for me, I was already into astrology. For you, it may be numerology. For you, it may be the tarot. For you, it may be the I Ching. So you have to start. Your basis must be what you already have a passion for, what you already have a love for. So if you have a love for numbers, then you start with numerology. Then once you realize that every number can connect you with a planet, then every planet has an attribute. So basically the number one becomes the sun, and the attributes of the sun correlate to the attributes of the number one. So basically once you know all 10 of the numbers from 1 to 0, you basically have the attributes to all of the planets. So if you already have the attributes to all of the planets, now the only thing you need to learn is the zodiacs, the 12 zodiac signs, or the 12 houses, which is just the 22 Hebrew letters. The 22 Hebrew letters is the 10 planets and the 12 zodiac signs. 10 plus 12 gets you 22, which also correlates to the 22 paths of the Kabbalah. So, and then the 10 Sephorus is the 10 planets. So if you know about the planets and you know about the zodiac, you already have the whole Kabbalah memorized. Then it's time for you to dig into the clip off. So you see, it's really not a book that you need. It's just you have to know the attributes of these things because you want to be able to personalize it in the first place, right? A good place to look is a library of videos here. I do got a lot of fucking videos. It's ridiculous. So again, I'm not the person to recommend a bunch of books because a book is not going to do anything for you if you don't have these things memorized. Once you have these things memorized, then you can read whatever book you want to read and you can actually comprehend what you're reading. See, that's why I'm not going to recommend a book that you may not even be able to comprehend because all the book is going to tell you is the same thing I'm telling you. It's just going to show you the basic foundations of everything, the 10 planets and the 12 zodiac signs, the Hebrew letters, the Kabbalah, the clip-off, the tarot. Memorize the tarot. If you want a book, get yourself a tarot deck. If you want a book, get yourself a tarot deck and memorize every card. Memorize each of the 78 dimensions. Make that your book. Because when you memorize the tarot, not only is the tarot going to take you through every planet, it's going to take you through every zodiac sign. Because every card, you have 22, just like 22 Hebrew letters, you have the 22, major arcana. You see, so it correlates to the 10 planets and the 12 zodiacs. So you see, everything comes back to that 22, master number 22, all right? Master number 11 is the 11 Sephorus. So the 10 Sephorus plus the hidden Sephora, which is called Doth. So you have 11 Sephorus, 22 paths, then you have the 33. 11 plus 22 gives you 33, which is the 33 paths of wisdom. That's why Jesus was 33 to 33 vertebrae. So that's the 11, the 22, and the 33. So you see, all of that does not require a book because what you want is personal experience anyway. So that's all. So get yourself a tarot deck. So when you want to know, okay, well, what are the attributes of the sun? You go to the sun card. What are the attributes of the moon? You go to the high priestess. What are the attributes of Jupiter? You go to the wheel of fortune. Right? Because that's going to take you to a Hebrew letter. Okay, the wheel of fortune is going to take you to the Hebrew letter Kaf, which is symbolized as a palm, which is the palm read. You see the line of your palms, right? My girl keeps having dreams of the world ending in death every night. What do you think that means? She's coming to an end of her cycle. And we are in the season of death. So you must take into account, we are in the season of death. We have been in the season of death since, what, September 22nd? So like for the last week and some change, we are in the season of death. And the veils are becoming thinner and thinner. We're getting closer and closer to the Day of the Dead. We're getting closer and closer to Halloween. So the veils are becoming thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. That's why you see I came with this my whole video. I said scary dreams. I told you about the nightmare I had when I first started this video. I'm like I done seen some scary shit on some Freddy Krueger level, right? So that's exactly what I was talking about in the beginning of the video. So that we are in the season of death. So having dreams about death and we're in the season of death is no coincidence. You just have to ask yourself what qualities of yourself needs to die. What about you needs to be killed off? What qualities no longer suit you? And what qualities do you need to enhance or build upon? Meaning certain aspects of you have to die in order for you to replace them with better qualities. So that world ending is the ending of a cycle. Death represents the death of your old self so that you can walk in your new self. That's all that is. It's all symbolic. Dreams are all symbolic. Now, yes, is the world going to actually end? No. You know what I mean? You know how long we've been hearing about the end of the world? You know how long they was talking about the end of the world in the Bible. The book of Revelations was talking about the end of the world. We know how long that was written hundreds of years ago. So that just goes to show you right there. Motherfuckers been talking about the end of the world since the book of Revelations was here. Apocalyptic text, the book of Enoch. Right, Nostradamus. Nostradamus made all type of prophecies about the end of the world. So we've been speaking about this for hundreds of years. Maybe even thousands of years at this point. And we still here. We ain't with no damn where. We still here. We still gotta deal with our own bullshit. We can't escape it. We still gotta deal with our own karma. We're not gonna be able to escape it. You literally have to you're just here. If you're still here, you're here to master yourself. If you're not in the ground, if you are not in the grave, that means every day you wake up is for you to become a better version of yourself. That's why you're still here. The only time that stops is when you enter the grave. Facts, that's what we were thinking. What do you think of the revelations coming through? It's always the same. It's always the same in terms of, exactly, we're in the end times. All we're doing is going through a cycle. We used to be in the age of Pisces. Now we're in the age of Aquarius. And eventually we will be in the age of Capricorn. And eventually we will be in the age of Sagittarius. Meaning we're always going through cycles. Going through 500-year cycles. We're going through 100-year cycles, 50-year cycles, 10-year cycles. There's always cycles. That's why you learn astrology so that you can understand these cycles or pay an astrologer to help you to break down these cycles. That's why these arts are so valuable. But sometimes that you gotta have somebody to show you the way. So honestly, I would recommend that more than a book. The money that you would have spent for a book, put in somebody's pocket who can help you actually walk you through it, so that you know what's going on, as opposed to you depending on a book. You can't ask a book a question, but you can ask a living being a person a question. You can ask a living being damn. You can ask a living being a question. I don't know why I was thinking about person. You can ask a living person a question. So that's what you. So that's why we're here. That's why you see I'm here right now answering questions, which a book can't do for you. I'm doing something that a book can't do. So you tell me what's more supreme. You actually being able to ask a living being a person, or you buying a book. Because a book is only limited to the words, which you may or may not understand. But when you're interacting with a live person, they can, because even if they say something you don't understand, they can say it in a different way so that you can understand it. They can say it to you as many ways they say it to you so that you do understand. And you become that person when you master the occult. Because you're able to see things in a different, read a bunch of books because you know one thing, you know the occult. So you're able to see things differently than the average person because they don't know it. So while the average person is thinking that the world is ending, you realize like no, that's the end of one cycle, which begins a new cycle. So then you're like, okay, well, what cycle are we in, and what the attributes of these cycles, and how can I best to benefit from these cycles? Well, when you know your natal chart, you already know your qualities. When you have your numerology chart, you already know your qualities. So you know what you can do, and you know what you're capable of because you have information. Like I got my chart pulled up right now. So when you see me looking up, I got my chart pulled up right in front of me. I got my numerology chart pulled up right in front of me because I'm always referring to my own data. Again, something the book couldn't tell me. A book is not going to give me access to what my natal chart can tell me or what my numerology chart can tell me. So that's why I always keep these things close by because you're always discovering new things. You're not limited to what you just know. You're always learning new things. Like everybody has a life path number, right? Everybody has an expression number. Everybody has a heart desire number. Everybody has a personality number. Everybody has karmic debt. Everybody has a maturity number. Everybody has a rational thought number. Everybody has a balance number. Everybody has a hidden passion number. Everybody has a subconscious confidence number. Everybody has a certain number that rules over a certain age of your life, right? So between 0 to 33, then from 33 to 42, from 42 to 51, then from 51 to death. You have a number that rules over these particular cycles of life. You have the challenges, then you have your pinnacles. Everybody has a personal year number, right? This, so if you don't know that, then of course you're gonna always be asking questions because you're like, yo, how does this, you're not gonna get the answer as to how it relates to you on a personal level. So that's the thing. So that's what the numerology chart does. That's what the astrology chart does. It gives you personal insight, like, well, how does any of this stuff relate to me? So basically, when you do know the occult, when you have memorized the occult, now you just apply it to yourself first and foremost. You start with yourself. So now you can decode your own natal chart because you know the attributes of all the planets and all the zodiac signs, so you should be able to decode your own chart. Or have someone help you to decode your own chart, and then you can clarify everything there. You know exactly what they're talking about because you know what they know. right? Next, we got our interpersonal year 4, exactly. And you know how beneficial that is to have access to that information. You know what I'm saying? So when you know what numbers are bringing about what currents in your life based on how these numbers are sequenced, there's nothing else that's going to give you greater insight than your own mathematics, than your own zodiac signs, planets, natal charts, right? So that's really how you activate the tarot. That's really how you activate all these things because you know yourself first and foremost. You have applied it all to yourself. And when you have applied it to yourself, there's no more mysteries. There's no more guessing. There's no more wishing because you know what you are fully capable of because you know your own dynamics, right? You know, that's why, it's not a lot of people that you just respect. Now you no longer need a therapist. Now you no longer need a counselor. See, all of these other people become irrelevant when you have an astrologer because they're looking at your own data. They're not telling you what they think is the best thing for you to do. We're going to pull up your own chart and we're going to tell you what's best for you based on what's in your chart, not based on what the fuck we think we the need more. Right? The number that shows up for me all the time is 1111. See? So when you know where one is in your personal chart, then you know what that means for you. Like, okay, I'm seeing all these ones. Well, when you have your chart in front of you, like, okay, look, where is these ones in my natal chart? Not my natal chart, my numerology chart. Then we know that the number one breaks down to the sun. Then you're like, okay, well, how's my sun in my natal chart? What aspects does my sun have with the other planets? What zodiac sign is my sun in? What degree is my sun? What deacon is my sun in? So you see, that's why most people be seeing these synchronistic numbers, but they don't know what it means because they haven't taken it back to their own charts. It's like a number in and of itself is not going to give you an answer. When you don't even know how that number relates to your own chart. So if a person, for example, keeps seeing 444, and you don't even know where the 4 is in your own natal chart or your own numerology chart, then how far is that going to take you? It's not going to take you far. It's just all speculation, and that's how most people are just speculating because again they don't want to do the hard work. But again, that's why you have astrologers. That's why you have numerologists. That's why you have tarot readers to do the hard work for you, basically. Right? Because every day you have a number. Every day you have a number. Like my personal number today is a number 2, for example. Again, I'm looking at my numerology chart right now. So my number for the day is a number 2. So because I know number 2 correlates to the moon, which correlates to the subconscious, which correlates to the Hebrew letter, which represents a camel being able to see through your eyelids, I can take that and make it happen because I'm going directly to my natal chart. Okay, well, what zodiac sign is my moon in? Okay, my moon is here. My moon is there. What deacon is my moon in? So you see, when you have your information available to you, now you don't have to speculate. I said, well, what could that mean? What could that mean? Because you already know what it means. Because you didn't already memorize the occult, then you have took it to your personal data. And when you take it to your personal data, there's nothing you can't know or figure out. But you see, most people ain't doing that. They just seeing a bunch of numbers and they're trying to figure out what it means. But you're not going to come to no conclusion without your data. But that's why they don't want you to know your own data, right? That's why it's forbidden to know this stuff. Like in the Bible, it's forbidden to even get into astrology. It's forbidden to even get into numerology. Like all this stuff is fucking demon worship. If you go by the Bible, if you go by Christians and Muslims, right? All this shit is you're working with the devil. You're making deals with the devil, even looking at your own chart. That's why most people are not really into this because you're basically making deals with the devil, right? Go to your goddamn pastor and try to talk about numerology or try to talk about astrology, try to talk about a tarot deck and see the response you're going to get. It's not going to be favorable. They're going to tell you to leave that shit alone. So that's why most people, again, they can't deny what they see. Like, damn, I keep seeing this same pattern. I keep seeing this same number. They can't deny what they see, but they're not going to take it to the level it needs to be taken because you basically, yeah, you're doing some demon shit now. You're doing some devilish shit now. You're working with the Jinn now. Hence why I made the clip off. Because they're right. They're right. But if you are qualified to work with the Jinn that dispense the wisdom on you, then you can benefit from it. But if you're still afraid, then you can't benefit from it because you're still afraid. If you still fear the devil, like the devil don't give you the answers that you really want to know. See, that's why most people fear. Because the devil's going to give you the answers you really want to know. All right? God is not going to do that. God is not going to give you the answers you really want to know. Because God is telling you to stay away from these answers. God is telling you, like, oh, don't reach upon. God tells you don't reach upon. Don't go to the astrologer. Don't go to the numerologist. Don't go to the tarot reader. Because they're the ones working with the devil, but they're the ones with the fucking answers, though. So, it's really just that simple. The answers you really want to know is going to be found with the devil. Because the devil is not afraid to give you the answers that you want to know about your own destiny, about your own fate. God is, because again, that takes away power from God. Because why pray to God? Why worship God? When God ain't giving you no goddamn answers. You just keep praying, keep worshiping. And I'll give you a reward in the afterlife. Well, what about your reward in this life? Right? People think they're going to get possessed. Maybe you will get possessed. But the energy that possessed you will be based on what's already in you. Can't nothing jump in you that you're not open to. If you get possessed by a wisdom Jinn, is that negative? You see what I mean? If you get possessed, you can say, I'm possessed. A person can argue that when I do these videos, I get possessed. Because I don't be thinking about this stuff before I go live. Before I was live, I was probably taking a goddamn nap. Probably eating a bag of chips or something. Before I went live, I wasn't thinking about none of this shit. But you see, when I get into my mode, when I get into my mood, now I become Asha Renew, right? You can say Asha Renew is a spirit that possesses me. If a person said that, I wouldn't say that they're wrong, but I had to feed the energy. I had to make the energy what it is. But I used it with wisdom. I didn't feed the spirit with violence. I fed it with wisdom, right? That's why I had to memorize the occult. So if the spirit is sending me a bunch of symbols that I don't understand, it's not going to be helpful to me. So I had to memorize the symbols so that I have some type of insight as to what's going on. See, I just don't run away from any of this stuff. So like, even if a person says that, I'm like, yeah, okay. I agree with you. I'm not going to like, oh no, that's not what's going on. Maybe it is going on. Maybe you do get possessed, but it's still based on what you're open to. You can say a person get possessed when they kill by violent jinns. So if you can get possessed by a violent jinn, you can get possessed by a jinn that's very wise. What's the difference? It's just one is violent and one is not. But it's still based on you though. See, people be thinking, okay, you're gonna be a non-violent person, then get possessed by something violent and do something out of your character. See, that's really what people are afraid of. But that's because they already know who they are. People who are afraid of stuff like that because they know that that's really them. That's what I got to say about that. People that are afraid of getting possessed or like, oh shit, I don't know what's going to happen because you know that it's something within you that you have failed to accept. And you afraid what'll happen if you open up those chambers. Because maybe you are a fucking violent person. You're just able to disguise it when you're sober. But once that alcohol get in your system, once that weed get in your system, once those spirits get in your system, now you're like, oh, you're unsure about who you are. That's really what people are afraid of. They are afraid of themselves. Like, yo, you really are what you think you're not. That's just the truth, right? Anybody who's afraid, like, oh, I need to stay away because they know what they are, what they actually are. They know that they're violent. You can say they know that there's something that they haven't accepted. Because once you accept it, you can change it. You can't change what you don't accept. Because maybe you are violent, but you have to make a decision with your own will to be nonviolent if you are violent. And then when you make the decision to be nonviolent, then you begin to change your spirit. Then you begin to change what type of spirits are drawn to you because you have accepted, like, then I do have that in me. But I have to make the decision to either feed it or to dissolve it. That's alchemy. That's alchemy. You have the ability to transform it, but you can't transform it if you don't accept it. And that's all the occult does. That's all the clip off is going to do. That's all a demon is going to do. That's all a jinn is going to do, is just show you what you really are. That's why so many people are afraid to work with it, because they're going to show you exactly who you are. And it's up to you to accept it or deny it. Again, that's why people are afraid of drugs, alcohol, again, gambling, and that's how they become addicted to these things, because they don't accept it. Right? But when you accept it, you can alchemically transform it to what you want it to be. There's always an opposite. That's the law of polarity. You have the law of polarity. Everything has an opposite. So if on one end you can be a sex addict, on another end you can be a tantric goddess or a tantric god. It's still sex. But one is tantric and one is not. If you can become addicted to gambling, you can also win. If you can lose, you can win. It's a different spirit though. You have a spirit of losing, but you also have the spirit of winning. It all depends on what you accept. Meaning you have to see yourself as a winner before you win. Because when you look at the spirits of people that lose or the people that's like addicted to this stuff, you're like, oh, they have a loser mentality. So you think they're surprised when they lose, when you have a loser mentality? You think it's a surprise when you lose? Just like, do you think winners are surprised that they win? Like, oh shit, I can't believe I won. Well, if you had a winner's mentality, it wouldn't really be surprising to you, would it? Because you would expect to win. That would be what you expect, right? It's all about what you expect. And you can only expect what you accept. So once you accept that you are a winner, then you expect to win. And then it happens for the opposite as well. Right? So yeah, I'm just revealing like that. That's why people don't want to fuck with this shit, because they're gonna find out that they're not as kind as they really think they are. They're not as safe and secure as they think they are, because they have created this whole ego. Their ego has been created. But the clip-off destroys your ego. The clip-off destroys who you think you are, who you have created yourself to be, and it reveals who you actually are beneath the surface. That's what it does. Are you willing to accept who you really are? Most people are not. Sort of like, again, they are, oh, it's the devil. It's the devil. I'm being tempted by demons. No, you're not. You're being tempted by your own motherfucking desires. A demon can't tempt you with something you don't give a fuck about. Somebody who doesn't smoke weed can't be tempted by weed. Somebody who doesn't drink can't be tempted by alcohol. You don't give a fuck about it. You can only be tempted by something you care about. because otherwise you would ignore it anyway. So when the so-called devil is going around tempting people, you have to already have some type of connection to this, whatever that may be, and that you secretly desire it in the first place. If you don't have a secret desire for it, how can you be tempted by something you don't care about? It's really not a challenge. So all these people that are demons is working, the only demons is the ones that are already within us. It's up to us to transmute it. Everybody you can say has negative attributes. It's up to us to transmute it. Every zodiac sign has positive and negative attributes. It's up to you to do you want to reflect the positive or the negative. Like for example, Scorpios are supposed to be basically they hold grudges. For example, like a negative attribute of a Scorpio is that they hold grudges. So you can say it may be my natural inclination to hold a grudge against a person who I feel has done me wrong. But I don't have to follow through with that. I can reflect the higher attributes. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna hold that against this person. You can make the decision to not reflect those negative attributes, or you can make the decision to reflect it because that's just how you feel naturally. So that may be your first thought, but you don't have to go through with that because you have the ability to activate your will and do something different. That's what makes us different than an animal. An animal can only go off of their instinct. We can also go off of our instinct, but we can make the decision not to as well. Because that's what gives us consciousness. That's why we are the supreme beings, because we can actually go against our instinct. Nothing else can. Everything else below you goes with their instinct, and they can be nothing else. You can make the decision not to reflect your negative attributes because you transmuted them. And you make the conscious decision to always reflect your highest attributes instead of your lower attributes, even when you feel inclined to do so. Like, damn, I really want to hold a grudge, but you know what, I'm not. Nothing else can do that but you, but a conscious being. Right? So all these other humans out here, they're just going to reflect, you say, their zodiac sign, the positive and the negative. So basically, you can like predict how a person is and how they respond based on their zodiac sign, because if they don't activate their willpower, then they're just going to stay in those positive and negative attributes, not knowing that they have access to all 360 degrees of the zodiac. So for example, just because I'm a Scorpio, I can also reflect Libra attributes, Aquarian attributes, because all I got to do is tap into the Aquarius in my own natal chart. It's already there. It just manifests in a particular area of life. So for example, my Aquarius may be in my 5th house, which is a house of gambling, which is a house of entertainment. So if I wanted to manifest Aquarian attributes, I would have to go into the world of entertainment. I would have to go into the world of romance, because the 5th house is also romance. So I'm like, okay, well, me being an Aquarian, that's me, and my romantic self is Aquarian, just as an example. So I can reflect those attributes. It is within a certain area of life. So that's with anybody though. So everybody has access to all zodiac signs. They just are dispensed in different areas of your life. Right? So that's what it is, right? And you see no notes, right? See, all this is coming from the top of the dome. Because all I did was memorize one thing, which is connected to everything else. Like there's no dimension that the occult doesn't touch. The occult touches all dimensions. So once you understand the occult, there's nothing you don't understand. And then you're able to personalize it. See, it's not just memorizing it externally. You then have your personal experiences. So Tebarif, instead of saying, okay, Tebarif is connected to the sun, well, what happens when you personally work with Tebarif? What happens when you personally activate your Capricorn in your chart? How does it affect you personally? See, then you begin to personalize it. See, that's what makes it different for everybody, because everybody will have a different personal experience. But the personal experience, has a collective understanding, right? So you can say Tebarif is a world, but how the world manifests to you may be different than me, but there will be patterns that are similar. And those similarities is basically what we know as the occult. That's really what the occult is. The occult is the similarities from many different people, many different generations. So the attributes of, let's just say, Aquarius, Aries, all that, that's just what the collective agreed. Like, okay, yeah, I saw that attribute. When I work with Aries, yes, I saw those attributes. So if you got a group, let's just say it's 100 people, and they're like, yo, we all had that experience just in a different way. That's how we came to the conclusion that these attributes are reflected. So when you say the sun has these attributes, Aquarius has these attributes, this has these attributes, it's because a lot of people were experimenting with these and they came to similar conclusions. It wasn't exactly the same, but they all noticed these particular patterns, just in their own personal way. So that's how we have these conclusions. That's how we came to these conclusions, and we developed what we call the occult, the astrology, the numerology, the tarot, the Kabbalah, the clip-off. This is a collective experience. So even though it's a collective experience, you're able to personalize the collective experience so that you know it personally instead of externally. So basically, when it's external, you agree with what the ancestors agreed on. Okay, well, Aquarius has these attributes, Aries has these attributes, Scorpio has these attributes. That's what the collective conclusion. But what is your personal conclusion? What happens when you tap into your Aries? What happens when you tap into your Scorpio? What happens when you tap into your Aquarius? How does it relate to the collective? How does your personal experience relate to the collective? That's why every day you must experiment. Meaning the occult must be a living lifestyle for you, right? It must be a lifestyle. Meaning you are conducting experiments on a daily basis. Hence, again, you see this is me conducting an experience, right? Conducting an experiment by having an experience. So now I know, like, okay, I see what's going on when people see these fingernails, how they react. So now I'm having a personal experience based on something that has been collectively agreed upon. Oh yeah, so like when I'm like, oh, that's why the color black has these attributes. Like, that's, when you wear certain colors, you get certain type of reactions from people. I'm like, oh, I see why. Because again, if I had on some goddamn red fingernails, I would get a different reaction. But because it's black, which is the collective of all colors, I'm going to get a certain type of reaction, a more, you could say, intense or extreme reaction versus whether it was colorful or yellow or some shit. But I came to these conclusions based off of a personal experiment. I was able to see, like, oh, I see why when you type in the color black and the attributes of the color black, why they have these attributes and how they came to this conclusion. Because obviously somebody had to conduct experiments to come to these conclusions. So when you're able to personalize what the collective has already agreed upon, now you were like, oh, I see how you arrived. Basically, it's like when you were in school, when you were in math class, and you were told to show your work. So when you're looking at these equations, and you have to solve these equations, that's why you have to show your work. Like, okay, well, how did you arrive at that? You have to personalize it. Well, I had to do this, I had to do this, do this, do this. So now you're able to, okay, I see how everybody has came up with the same answer. Because there are many different ways to arrive at an answer. There's many different ways. There's not just one way. Like if you go to the East, they learn math differently than how we learn it here in the West. But they're able to come to the same conclusion we come to. That's why they say mathematics is the language of the universe. It doesn't say that because we all do the same personal work. We don't. Depending on what culture you come up in, they all have a different way of coming to the same conclusion. But the conclusion can be agreed upon no matter where you are on the planet, right? So that's why mathematics is the language of the universe. We all have a different path, but we're going to end up at the same conclusion. We're going to end up with the same result. Even if we take different paths, we're still going to end up with the same result. So you see, what we cherish then is the path. I mean, yeah, we're all going to end up at the same place, but we all took a different route. So if 10 people decided, okay, we're going to meet up at this particular location, they're going to take 10 different routes to get there. Some people are going to pull up GPS. Some people already know how to get there without GPS. They're all going to end up at that same location, but they're all going to take a different path to get there. So what's cherished is the particular path you took. It's not even about the conclusion, it's about the path. Because once those 10 people arrive at the path, not at the path, at the destination, once these 10 people arrive at their destination, what they're going to share is their journey. That's what we do. What we do is we share our journey. So even when I say 93, so anybody who agrees with 93, we're not going to all take the journey, the same journey, even though we're all going to the same destination, but how you got to the destination is what matters. I took that route, you took that route, you took that route. And that's what becomes valuable. That's what becomes valuable when we explain the journey or the route we took. Because we're going to notice similarities. We all didn't take the same route to get here, but we will notice patterns and similarities, even though we took different routes. And then we're able to compare notes. We're able to compare our journey, like, okay, so that means, so all 10 of these people have something in common. So let's just say all 10 people, let's just say they all had something in common. Like, oh, we all saw the color red. We took a different path, but we all saw this red streak in the ground. So then the collective will define it as the red streak. This is the path of the red streak. No matter what path you take, you're going to see that red streak. So that's how you know you're on the right path, because you're going to find that red streak. So when you arrive at the destination, you compare notes and you compare the similarities. So that's how we come to the conclusion about what an Aries is, what the moon is, what Mercury is, what Pluto is, what Aquarius is. Because it was a bunch of people that arrived at that destination and they compared notes. And what similarities that they found or what patterns that they found on their journey, that's what became what we know today is the definitions of these things that we call the occult. The occult was defined off of a collective experience of different people that took different routes, but they arrived at the same destination, compared notes. So the greatest part of that journey is the personal, because you have your own personal. So even though we have all came to a collective agreement, you still have your own personal experience. Even though we all came to a collective agreement, we still have our own personal experience. And that personal experience is what's going to be closest to you. That's how you're going to define your particular path. So again, even if you come to people that's on the same destination, you're like, yo, your path or your journey is your own. You still have your own story. Right? So yeah, that's what it is. So we've been doing this since the beginning of time. And time has no beginning. So we've been doing this forever. We've been doing this forever. Right? So the only thing we do new is take a different destination. That's why we reincarnate, not a different destination, a different path. That's why we reincarnate. The whole purpose of reincarnation is to alter your path. You can say you have the same destination, but you take different paths. So let's just say you reincarnated 1,000 times. That's 1,000 different paths to ultimately arrive at your destination. but you took 1,000 different paths to get there, so that you know what the personal. That's how people compare their past lives. So I'm talking about 10 different people. Now take 10 different past lives that you had, right? That's why they call this past life regressions. Past life regressions. So if you take your last 10 lives, they all have something in common. You may have been a different zodiac sign. You may be in a different culture, a different race, a different creed. There may be differences all around the board in these 10 lifetimes, but there is a common thread between all 10 because it's the same soul. So then that's why you ask yourself, like, what is the common thread? If we all have access to all 360 degrees, you may have been 10 different zodiac signs, but what is the common thread between them all? That's why all this becomes relevant. Because once you discover that common thread, that's where you begin to get the jewels. Like, damn, I was 10 different zodiac signs, but there's a common denominator. Meaning your essence has always been the same. Your personality was different. Certain lifestyles you may have been introverted, other lifestyles you may have been extroverted. Certain lifestyles you may have been rich, other lifestyles you were poor. Some you were white, the other you were black, and whatever in between. But there's always a common thread. There's always a common denominator because you have the same soul. Your soul had just manifested in 10 different ways. And again, that's just a number. It may be 100 different ways. It may be 1,000 different ways. It may be a number that we can't even count to. But the similarity is your soul. So really, this is a study of the human soul. That's why if you go back to Egypt, they divided the soul into 5 parts. And sometimes it's 7 parts, but it's 5 parts. All right? Am I going too deep? I'm going too deep, right? I'm going too deep into it. But you see, I can do this because I know it. I know it is in me already, right? It's in me already. You ain't gonna find that in no book. All the stuff I'm saying, you ain't gonna find in no book. Because it has to be manifested from a human soul. Right? It has to be manifested from a human soul. That's what makes us more divine than the book. I'm gonna say too deep is good in this case. Yeah. See, that's why I do it though. That's why I show up. That's why I show up. I'm just showing you what you're capable of, right? I'm just showing you what you're capable of. I'm no different than you. You're no different than me, right? We're taking different paths to get to the same destination. So I'm just showing my personal path. But what connects us all is the destination. And again, that's all 93 is. If we take away all the extra stuff, 93 is just the destination, right? So as I share my personal path, you can relate to the personal path because like, yo, we're going to the same place. Tell me about your route. Because you may know some shortcuts. Like, oh shit, I didn't know about that shortcut. That's all it really is. We're just sharing shortcuts, as we call cheat codes. That's all. We're just sharing cheat codes. Like, oh shit, so you can get there faster here. Oh, this is a longer route, but this route is more scenic. Like, okay, so you prefer the scenic route, or you prefer the shortcuts. You tried to get there as quick as possible. You were taking your time. You were doing something in between, because it's all going to give you a certain experience. Okay, you took the path, that you wanted to see the buildings, right? You wanted to see that. You wanted to see those landmarks. You wanted to see the waters. And it will be all based on what you personally wanted to see. So basically, the route that you choose will be based on what you're trying to experience on the way to your destination. Now, yes, we all have a destination, but you're trying to have a particular experience getting there. So if you want to, again, depending on your element, right? Again, some people want to get there as quick as possible. Some people want to take their time. It all depends on your personal element. Let's say if you're the earth element, you're taking your time. If you're the fire, you're trying to get there as quick as possible. If you're the water, you're trying to be more scenic, right? It's just a certain experience you're trying to have, right? Exactly. Same soul, different ego. That's really what it's all about. You are the same soul, just with a different ego. So that's why we dissolve all of that. You come to the realization like, okay, this shell that I'm currently in is not who I am. We are not the shells. You are not your zodiac sign. You are not your ego. That's just what you chose to be in this particular round. But that's not who you are. You are what you always have been. And what you always have been is what you always will be. So what is the common denominator between what you have always been and what you always will be? What is the common denominator? That's why we learned the occult, to find the common denominator. So when we talk about the 10 planets and the 12 zodiac, these are the common denominators. But they're all synchronized. That's why the tarot goes together. They're not separate. There's 78 dimensions, but it's all within the same tarot deck. It's 78 different cards, but they all connect to each other. They're all connected, but they all have their own separate realities, right? They're all connected, but they all have their separate realities. So each tarot card represents an experience. So you have 78 experiences. So when I say learn the tarot, that's learning the 78 experiences, meaning you know the cards intimately. So for example, if I say the Six of Cups, I know the Six of Cups is the sun influencing Scorpio, or Scorpio in the second decan. You see, it's just in me, right? I didn't have to look at a tarot card. I don't have to pick up the deck. I know every card. I only pick up the deck when I absolutely, it ain't even that I need to. I don't ever need to pick up a deck. All I gotta do is call out a card, and I know if it hits or not. All right? But that's what you're supposed to be able to do, right? So when you ask yourself, when you wake up in the morning, like, okay, what is the theme of the day? And then you go through all cards. Then your intuition will let you know what the theme of the day is. So that means you may have to go through every card and it's going to hit. You're going to get a certain type of sensation, depending on how you're connected to the spirit. You're going to get a particular type of sensation when you hit the right card. Okay, what's the theme of the day? So you're going through all the cards. You're going through the wands, the cups, the major arcana, the swords, and the disc. And eventually, when you're going through the cards, when you can visualize the cards, you're like, oh shit. When I visualize that card, I get a little stimulation. Okay, that's the theme of the day. So you don't ever have to actually pull out a tarot deck when you have memorized all this. When you memorize your astrology chart, you don't ever have to pull it up. You already know. All right? When you memorize your numerology, you don't have to pull this stuff up because it's already within you. So I mean, it goes wherever you go. It becomes you, and you become it. All right? So that's what we're supposed to do. So that's why I try to make that known in many ways as possible. So whether it's me coming here speaking, whether it's me doing the music, whether it's again how I plan my day, I don't even go like even every time I leave the house it's based on astrology. I go to certain places at certain times. I don't do anything haphazardly. I don't do anything haphazardly. Everything like I'm going because it's for a certain experience. Meaning I'm gonna go when a particular planet is dominant. So I'm never doing anything haphazardly. And my lips is getting dry. Been talking a long time. Lips is getting dry and shit. I'm never doing anything haphazardly. Because again, I already put in my mind the type of experience that I'm seeking. So whatever experience I'm seeking, I know that it's a certain planet that's going to give me that experience. So that means I have to make sure that that particular planet is dominant when I decide to make my move. So if I'm trying to have a certain experience, then I'm going to have that experience when the planet supports that experience instead of me, okay, I'm just going off my own will. I'm not taking into consideration any planetary days, any planetary hours, what's going on, with the astrology. If I'm not taking any of these things into consideration, who am I to say what type of experience that I'm going to have? And I'm not taking into account any of these things. That's why it's here for us to take advantage of. You must take these things into account if you're trying to have a particular experience. Every planet will support a particular type of experience. Meaning, if I'm trying to get something done as quick as possible, then obviously I'm going to do it when Mercury is in effect. If I'm trying to take my time, I'm trying to enjoy myself and be as slow as possible, then Saturn. Just as a quick example, right? As opposed of, okay, then let me just go to the store just because I get hungry, or let me go get something to eat because my stomach is growling. But I'm not taking into consideration what's going on. So don't be mad when again you get a cashier. You know what I mean? That don't really want to fuck with you like that. Like damn, like why was the cashier rude, or why was the cashier nice? Why was they unfazed? It's like you understand all this stuff when you take into consideration the occult. So how people react and respond to you, you already know ahead of time because you came there at a particular time to have a particular experience. So you already know what to expect. As opposed to you just get up whenever the fuck you feel like it. And then you kind of get thrown off. Like, yo, I wasn't expecting that. Well, you wasn't taking into consideration, like, oh, you didn't know that, let's just say Saturn is in retrograde right now. And you go somewhere at the hour of Saturn and you wonder why people are like, oh, people kind of extra right now. See, that's why you shouldn't be doing anything haphazard. You must be strategic and you must plan. Astrology helps you to plan, but not the type of planning that most people do. But this is how you really plan in advance. You can plan in advance with astrology. So I'm just giving you various examples of, again, what I'm actually doing. Like, I do not leave the house without knowing what's going on. I'm like, all right, because now I know what to expect ahead of time. So if there's certain things I want to avoid, I'm like, you know what? Let me just wait an hour until the energy change, and I'm gonna go then. But you see, that requires self-control though. Most people don't have it. When most people get hungry, they're gonna get up and they're gonna go to that fast food place, or they're gonna go to the supermarket. When shit needs to be done, they're gonna go when they feel, based on their gut, or based on their emotions. Or I need to see what's going on with this person. I need to see what's going on over here. Then they're gonna go. They're not taking anything into consideration. So that's why most people are really imbalanced. They're not taking these things into consideration, right? And if I wasn't doing it, who the fuck am I to speak about what I'm not doing, right? But this is just how seriously I take it, because I'm like, yo, I can't be fucking around. Because why, if I'm trying to have a favorable experience, it's up to me to have it. It ain't up to somebody else. It's not up to how people respond to me. It's up to when I decide to make my presence known to them. Hopefully y'all understand that. It's up to you to make your presence known at a particular time if you're trying to have a personal experience or a particular experience. It's up to you the time that you decide to show up at the party based on the experience that you're trying to have, right? Just giving an example. It's up to you. Like when you get hungry, maybe that's not necessarily the time that you need to go get food. Maybe you need to get the food before you get hungry or after you get hungry, if you're trying to have a certain type of experience. But again, you see, that type of thinking requires extreme discipline because we're not used to having that type of discipline. We're just doing things whenever the fuck we want to do it because we have free will. But that's the difference between free will and true will. You must exercise your true will if you want to be successful. Nobody just mistakenly ends up successful. It requires planning and it requires discipline. So when you're wondering like, damn, why was that client so fucking mean? Or why was that client so nice? Or why did that client give me an extra fucking tip? Like, damn, I wasn't even expecting that. Well, when you check the fucking planets, then you're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on. So why you thinking it's them, why people feel more gracious, or why people feel like, oh, I'm not giving them nothing extra. You think it's based on them because they may, have a certain attitude. No, it's just based on the planets. Because whatever attitude they may have is based on the planets. It ain't based on whatever the fuck they're going through. That's just what it appears to be, but appearances, as we know, can be deceiving. So you must not take anything on face value. But you see, we're used to doing that now, aren't we? We're used to taking things on face value. So look, when we get certain responses from people, places, and things, we think it's personal because we take it personal. It's never personal. It's never personal. It's only personal when you take it on face value, right? But when you no longer take it on face value and when you put it in your hands, like, all right, if I want this, then I need to make sure that I'm playing accordingly. And then not take anything personally. So when you gain success, it ain't gonna be personal. It's based on strategy, planetary strategy. Yeah, maybe I'm going too deep with that. Maybe I'm going too deep with that. And then you're not gonna hear your normal astrologer talk about that. You're not gonna hear any shit. I don't know if anybody even talks about that shit. I'm just showing you how deep this can go. Instead of, again, just telling you about basic shit. Because you're not a basic person, right? I'm just telling you how deep this shit can go. So you decide for yourself how deep you want to take it. So am I telling you you need to do that? No. You do it if you want to. But if you do decide to do it, you will notice a difference. You will notice certain patterns depending on when you decide to do things, depending on what planets are in rulership, and then that planet's relationship with the other planets. You're going to begin to see these things in real time, meaning you take astrology from 2D to 3D. Now it's not just something that's on a piece of paper. You're seeing these things play out in real time. This shit is real to you. The only reason it's not real to people because they're not moving with the stars. They're not moving with the planets. They're doing whatever the fuck they want to do. So of course, you can deny these things because you're out of tune with these things. So if you're out of tune with the planets, of course you can deny their effects because you're not seeing it happen in real time. But if you take all these things into consideration, like, oh shit, this shit do keep happening when I do this at this particular time. Like, damn, there's a pattern here. You begin to see patterns. You're like, oh shit. So that's the only way for you to see these patterns so that it becomes real to you. Like, damn, it's like I can't escape this shit. Because you decide to do things at a certain time. So even with me, I'll be navigating these streets like 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning. But I'm like, oh shit, well, if this particular planet is in charge at 4 in the morning, I'm leaving at 4 in the morning. Instead of, okay, let me wait till 8 so I can get some rest. Nope, I'm leaving at 4. So if I got to get up at 4, instead of getting up at 8, I'm getting up at 4. It may be inconvenient to me, but depending on what experience I'm trying to have, I'm gonna go get my ass up at 4. I'm not waiting for the sun to come up. The difference between free will and true will, right? Which, as you see, that requires discipline. But again, if you're trying to get a certain type of effect, a certain type of experience, then you're going to make sure that you take these things seriously. You're going to sacrifice sleep. You're going to sacrifice fun. You're going to sacrifice whatever you think you're losing. I work with money on certain days of the week, like Friday is ruled by Venus. Exactly. Exactly. And Venus is about low magic or earth magic. And Venus is all about earth magic. So, yeah, so that's like money spells, love spells, all those things is considered earth magic. So yes, the day of Venus would be a good day to work your earth magic. Then you have high magic, which is Jupiter, which is Thursday. So Jupiter will be the day to activate your high magic or your star magic. High magic or star magic. So yes, it's just like that. It's just like that. So you must plan accordingly, depending on if you want to have certain results. So just like you have planetary days, you have planetary hours. Every hour, a different planet is in charge. Every day, a different planet is in charge. You have these cycles happening all the way up to the minute. Every minute is a different planet. All right? Right now, it's 9:04 on the West Coast. So if I'm looking at the number 9, and I know 9 is Mars, then Mars has an effect right now. It's 9:04. 4 is Uranus. It's a combination of Mars and Uranus. So like you can go as deep as you want to go. But you see now I'm going into numerology. So now you see I'm taking astrology and now I'm applying it to numerology, which then that takes it to a whole nother level, right? That takes it to a whole nother level, and it's based on what you can handle. So that's all it is. It's all about how much can you handle. How deep can you plan, right? Also, 11:04 is Jupiter. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by 11:04 is Jupiter? Explain to me how you came to that conclusion, so I can make sure that we're talking about the same thing here. Show your work, basically. Show your work. What's my personal year? My personal year is 8. Yeah, I am in the 8 year. 2022 is an 8 year for me, Saturn. It's fucking Saturn. So I've been on demon time. Probably not right. Well, what are you trying to conclude? So I can help you. Like what are you trying to conclude? So I can show you where you went wrong so that you can do it right. Like October is a 9 month for me. 2022 is an 8 year for me. October is a 9 month for me. And I felt that 9. I feel like I've been supercharged these last 2 days. These last 2 days is like, I've been doing a lot of shit. I'm like, God damn, I'm getting a lot done in a short amount of time. I'm like, oh, fuck. All see me like, look, I'm still alive. I've been alive 172 minutes. Pluto is the 12th planet. It depends on how you're counting the planets. It depends on how you're counting the planets. I would say Pluto is a number 0. I would say do it that way. Pluto would be the number 0. So one is the sun, 2 is the moon, 3 is Jupiter, 4 is Uranus, 5 is Mercury, 6 is Venus, 7 is Neptune, 8 is Saturn, 9 is Mars, so 0 would be Pluto. That's all 10 planets, all right? So basically 3 o'clock would be the hour of Jupiter because Jupiter is 3. I would say 11:04 is Venus because it equals 6. Yeah, that is true. So yeah, it all depends on if you're breaking down the whole equation. So for example, if it was 11:04, so I think that's what you were trying to say. Like for example, if it's 11:04 where you are, like for somebody who's 2 hours ahead of me. So I guess if you were in Central Time, because right, you have Pacific Time, you have Mountain Time, then you have Pacific. So like if you're in the middle of the country, like Chicago, it would be 11:04 right now. So it's 2 ways to break down that 11. You can say that 11 is a double sun, right? The 11 is a double sun. So the sun is in effect double, and we also have the master number 11, which is, the master seer, which, your intuition will be enhanced. So you can take it as a double sun, you can take it as a master number 11, right? If we're going by the hour, the number 11. And then the O 04, you can say it's Pluto and Uranus, right? Pluto and Uranus is a nuclear power, that's nuclear energy. So you can say the master seer, the nuclear master seer, like a nuclear implosion. So in order to become the master seer, you must have a nuclear implosion. A nuclear implosion sparks the third eye, right? So 1104, nuclear implosion to activate the master seer, which is the third eye, right? Which is the moon. It's the moon chakra. The third eye is the moon chakra. So there you go. So that's an example of how you would break it down, right? If you want to be that technical with it. My fourth year in Uranus. So yeah, if your personal year is a number 4, yeah, it definitely will be very heavy on technology, heavy on the internet, heavy with electricity, all those things. Also, just you being, the Fool. So that was a tarot card today. For those who are a part of the Telegram group, I just drew the Fool card, and the Fool makes you super sane. So the Fool is not the madman, but somebody who is super sane. So that means you're not the common sane, you're super sane, right? So this will be a super sane year for you. So basically everybody calls you crazy, but you like, yo, I just really know what you don't know. You just appear to be crazy to a person that's sane. So you become super sane, that people call mad. That's what they called Nikola Tesla. That's what they call Albert Einstein. They call these people, mad, but they were really just more sane than everybody else, right? Also, Aleister Crowley. He was just more sane than everybody else. The Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, all these people that we look up to, the people who have made history, they were super sane. They weren't common sane, they were super sane. They saw things very clearly, right? They appeared chaotic to everybody else, all right? So you see, numbers are everywhere. These planets are everywhere. You can't escape this stuff. Your age, right? So if you're 20 years old, that's the moon and Pluto. So what happens when the moon combines with Pluto? Pluto represents intensity, then moon, represents your internal sight. So it's going to be intensity in your internal sight. Just as an example, if you're 30, that's Jupiter and Pluto. That intensity then is applied to your destiny. That means you're going to have alteration of your destiny so that when people become 30, it's different than 20. You take life a lot more seriously. Because now you got Jupiter. Your destiny is being altered. Now your destiny shifts. Now you don't feel like doing the same shit you was doing when you were 20. You have a shift in your destiny. Then when you hit 40, that 4 takes you to Uranus. Now you're like, oh, fuck it. That's like Rahu, right? You become the demon that's striving to be angelic. Or you can say the 4 is Uranus. Now you become super sane. When you hit your 40s, now you're super sane. Now shit is just extra clear, right? You become super sane. So that's when people hit their 40s, you're completely different than your 30s. So in your 30s, you were sane, but then you hit your 40s, you're super sane. Then your 50s, that 5 take you to Mercury, right? Mercury takes you to the magician. So when you hit that 50, now you on magician time. Or you can say now you're on witch time. Now you become the witch or the warlock. Because now you're like a master. You have mastered all these previous degrees. Now you're really working your magic. Now you're classified as a magician at this point, right? If you've been holding it down, so on and so forth. So we can't escape these numbers. So once we understand the meanings behind these numbers, we see again our age, your birthday, the time. Like their numbers control all of these things. It all breaks down to numbers. So once you understand the patterns and the attributes of the numbers, you can see like, oh shit, this is real. Oh, I am going through that at my current degree, which is my age. So like, oh, I am mastering that. These planets are dominant, especially when you know what those planets represent in your own personal chart. So you know what planet, what zodiac sign Pluto is in. You know what zodiac sign that your Jupiter is in, or your moon, or your Uranus. So you always bring it back to your personal chart. So that's the only way to prove that all this stuff is real, because you're going to bring it back to your personal chart. Because you understand how to decode these numbers. Right? And as I said, I've been doing this shit since I was a teenager. Right? I started studying astrology when I was like 16. So I guess that's why I appear like this shit just is. I don't even have to think about it no more, because I'm like, I didn't, over 10 years at this point, right? I've been doing this over a decade. So that's why this appears that I just know this stuff, but because I didn't just start yesterday. I just kept adding on degrees. So I started with astrology, but then I moved into numerology, moved into the tarot, moved into Kabbalah, moved into the clip off. I just kept adding on stuff. But I realized that most people don't do that though. So that's why I'm like, oh shit. I didn't know that till I got on YouTube. Then I realized, I'm like, oh, people just stay in their lane. Like, oh, like it would. Everybody doesn't do that. Everybody ain't trying to add on more and more and more and find more and more connections. Then of course, the Hebrew alphabet. But everybody ain't doing that. Like, if most astrologers just stick to astrology. Most numerologists stick to numerology. Most tarot readers stick to the tarot. Most Kabbalists stick to the Kabbalah. They ain't trying to connect all of these dots. But when I realized you can connect these dots, so I'm like, why not advance? But that's not how a common person sees it, because you don't see too many people doing that, right? There's very few people that have made all of these connections. So that's why I'm like, that's why I keep showing up. I'm like, and astrology ain't enough. Numerology by itself, and none of these sciences by themselves are enough. At least to me. I'm not speaking for nobody else, but to me, I'm like, why stop at astrology when you got more degrees? And these all work together. They all work together. Why limit yourself to just one? Master one, go to the next one. Master that one, go to the next one. Master that one, go to the next one. Do you realize, like, oh shit, I know all this stuff. That's how a person becomes wise in the first place. When you understand your 33 degrees, 11, 22, and 33. 11 Sephorus, 22 paths, 33 vertebrae. And we know 33 is a number of the Christ. You become the Christ when you master those 33 attributes, because it's all talking about you in the first place. These are all degrees within you. You are the tree of life, just like you are the tree of death, just like you are your zodiac sign, you are your astrology chart, you are your natal chart, you are your numerology chart. This is all you. You're studying yourself anyway. You're just learning how to break down your mysteries. 93 Violet. Damn, you just showing up in this bitch? Oh, fuck. We've been going in for 182 minutes. I don't even know how long that is. All I know is that's the sun, Saturn, and the moon. That's all I know. I think that's like close to 3 hours. That's close to 3 hours, right? We've been going in close to 3 hours. Probably a little over or a little under. Yeah, because 180 minutes is 3 hours. So yeah, we're a little over 3 hours right now. But that, yeah, because my personal month, I'm in a number 9. So this is me in a number 9. That's why I got this extra energy, all right? Because I'm already work with the number 9 because I was born on the 18th, right? I was born on the 18th day. So I'm all 1 plus 8 is 9. So it's like I'm the 9 anyway. So when the numerology supports the 9, so this particular month, now the 9 comes out even more. So what's already within me comes out even more. So now you get fucking 3-hour live streams, right? So that's why, I be having phases. Some phases I go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. But it all depends on what planets are in rulership, right? Depending on the numerology, depending on the astrology, depending on the aspects, right? So that's all I do. So that's why I said this ain't really for beginners, because beginners is only focused on one thing. That's what everybody else on YouTube do. They just keep you into one world. They ain't trying to show you all fucking dimensions. Because how can they show you what they don't know? So I don't really blame them, but it's like you have to take the initiative to continue to study, continue to memorize. You cannot memorize yourself to just, let me, I just started listening to this song called Pushin' P. It came out like 8 months ago. I know y'all didn't heard it. That song Pushin' P, I just literally heard it like last week. I'm like, yo, that shit is incredible to me. I'm about to, hold on. I know y'all didn't heard that song Pushin' P. That's gonna be the next track. I'm gonna remix Pushin' P because that beat is ridiculous. Cause I know, hold on, I've been playing it. That beat is fucking ridiculous. I'm like, I can't believe, like, how did I just find out about this song? This shit came out in like February or something. I gotta remix this shit. Yeah, here it is. I'm playing it right now. When I first heard, I was like, what the fuck? I was like, how did I not hear about this? That beat just take me somewhere else. I'm like, fuck. This beat take me somewhere. I couldn't believe. I still can't believe it. I'm like, wait a minute. You hear that fucking beat? I'm gonna remix this. So next song, this is gonna be the next song. I gotta remix it. I gotta remix this shit. I don't know. This is it. But again, anyway. This is just me personally. I need to get to this tonight though. I need to get to this tonight. I just finished another song yesterday. With somebody I got on the feature, right? Somebody paid me for a verse. They're like, yo, I need a verse from you. I did that shit in a couple hours. I didn't write nothing down. But yeah, I need to remix this. So, and I'm gonna try to get this out as soon as possible as well. I'm gonna try to get this out as soon as possible. So expect in a few days I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna have this out. I'm gonna upload to YouTube, so y'all can hear some more bars. Cause I know I can talk all day, but I don't. The bars matter. Those bars matter, right? So I'm gonna give y'all some bars. I'm gonna give y'all some bars. But again, unless anybody has any questions, we can get the fuck on. I know y'all got shit to do. So y'all can go ahead and ask some questions. Or we can go ahead and check out so I can get in the fucking studio. I need to get in the studio. This shit just came to me. I'm like, wait a minute, Pushing P. I'm like, wait a minute. I need to do this. I need to do this. Cause I've been doing I've been fucking with the drill beats. So I'm like, I guess this technically a trap beat. I don't know what you would classify this as. I think it's a trap beat. So I'm like, yo, let me hop on this trap beat. Can you create more tracks about goddess, female deities? What deity? What deity? What deity? Let's see. I'm sorry. Wait. Like, it's certain songs that just make me when I'm like, yo, I gotta get in the studio. Like, what the fuck? There's just certain beats that's like, yo, that's fucking ridiculous. That's certain beats are just ridiculous. You fucking Lilith? Oh, hell no. Do a song about Lilith. Oh shit. It had to be Lilith. It had to be Lilith. Oh my goodness. I'm thinking it was gonna be something. It was something more G-rated. I don't know why I was thinking about that. I don't know what I was thinking about. Motherfuckers. Lilith. Lilith is not fucking around. Or something like that. Lilith is not fucking around. Cause she's the first one you meet when you get to the clip off. Right? When you first enter into the clip off, that's who you meet. You meet Lilith. So she basically she give you the foundation. Like when I personally work with Lilith, she like give me super strength. I feel like a wild beast when I work with Lilith. I can remember. I can give you. Let me give you a personal experience. This shit was funny as fuck. I remember having a conversation with a person, and like somebody had just like pulled up in a truck. Like we was in the desert. We was like deep in the desert. I think we was in Red Rock, the national park, right? We was in the national park. Just having a conversation, having a conversation about Lilith. No, it was a regular conversation. Then when I started speaking about Lilith, like the person who had pulled up in their truck, they was like outside, like walking around and shit. Then like they heard Lilith, they got the fuck in their truck and they pulled the fuck off. They pulled the fuck off like yo, they don't want no parts. They didn't want no parts of Lilith. Cause I said Lilith loud as hell. I think I said Nama because the guardian of Lilith is also Nama. So I'm like Lilith. So I was talking about Lilith and I was like Nama. Then it's like they're like yo, they got in their car and they sped the fuck. They got the fuck out of there. Like yo, we don't want no parts. They didn't want no parts. And I'm like oh shit. That's how I knew. I'm like oh shit. I'm like oh. I'm like Lilith ain't fucking around. They got the fuck out of there. They didn't want. They got the fuck out of there. And we were like, well, like, oh, they got the fuck on. But Lilith like gives me like, I feel like I'm a wild beast with Lilith, like with super strength. And I'm like, oh, but that's why she's called like the queen of the night. That's why she's called like queen of the streets. I'm like, oh, like this is odd. So like I understand like what like women that love to be out at night and like they feel comfortable and shit. Like every woman don't feel comfortable. Every woman don't feel comfortable at night, but I'm like, yo, when I activate Lilith, it's like, yo, you feel like these streets is yours. You feel like you own the streets with Lilith. I'm like, oh shit, like it ain't nowhere you can't go. So yeah, Lilith make you feel like you own these fucking streets. Like you can't be stopped. You know, like you just feel strong as fuck. Right? So I'm like, yeah, I understand. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna bring up Lilith. I'm like, god damn. But you see, I have a personal experience. See, I'm not just going off the definition of Lilith. I'm like, no, let me tell you about the personal. So this, you see what I mean? So you see, when I think about Lilith, I immediately go to a personal experience. I didn't go to no definition, right? So there you go. I'm like fucking Lilith. But like when I do the songs about the deities, like it was never really planned. Like it was never like even when I did the Cali song, like I didn't. It wasn't planned. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Like it wasn't pre-intended. That's what I'm saying. So like when I did a song about Cali, it wasn't like okay, I'm about to do a song about Cali. Like it didn't happen like that. It just the lyrics just started coming. I'm like, oh shit, this is Cali. Like as soon as the lyrics started, like I had to listen to the beat like 1,000 times before the lyrics started to come. So after listening to the beat, not really 1,000. Let's be realistic. I probably listened to the beat like 100 times, not 1,000 times. Just realistically, I had to listen. Then when the lyrics started to come, I'm like, oh shit, this is a channel from Cali. So like it became evident after the fact, not before the fact. But that's just like even saying Simon. Like I'm like saying Simon. Like that shit. It became evident after the fact. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like that's saying Simon. So like it's a channel. Like that's why like when I do these lyrics, these are straight channels. Like it's not really done ahead of time. Like when I remix this song, I don't know what deity is gonna come through. So that's like getting so like I'm not doing it ahead of time. In terms of just me knowing what deity. Give me 1 second here. All right. I don't know if y'all had these before. These motherfuckers hit though. So what I was saying was, like when I do these tracks, I don't be knowing what spirit come through until after the fact, so we shall see what song or what spirit come through when I do this. That must be West Coast. Oh, you ain't never seen these before? You ain't never seen these before? Oh, I guess it says new on there. It do say new on the package, so it does say new on the package. So, so I guess not. It does say new on the package. These motherfuckers hit though. These motherfuckers hit. But we'll see what deity come through. So like I can't tell you what deity is gonna come through. But I will know after the fact. I will know after the fact. So I wanna do my best to, it ain't even gotta be like a whole song. I'll probably just put out like a freestyle 16. May not do a whole song. Cause again, I'm not writing anything down at this point. Like I'm not writing shit down. Everything is straight off the top of the dome. Hell no, I'm not. Shit take too damn long. It take way too long. So I'm gonna do it off the top of the dome. I'm not gonna write anything down. First thing that come to my head, I'm laying the shit down. So we'll see. But yeah, fucking Lilith though. I mean, fuck it, I'll just do Lilith then. That was the last shit I was thinking about, but alright. So I can call this shit Lilith. I'll call it, like, why not? Like, why not? Why not? Why not? But shit, I don't know. But yeah, this was my first time seeing these. I had to get them. I'm like, yo, I never seen these before. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a West Coast thing. I never seen them before. That's why I got them. I don't know. Because like most of these things be like too much. It'd be too sugary. You know what I mean? I try to be health conscious. So like most of this stuff be way too sugary. Hurting my teeth and shit. But you know, I'm not gonna eat this in y'all face though. I'm not gonna do that. I should take a shot though. Like this whole bottle of fucking tequila. That's what I be saying though. Like when I drink this tequila, like it bring out my Latin side. That shit bring out my Latin side. But yeah, I'll take a drink for the spirits. Cause clearly the spirits, they possess me. You gonna take a shot with me? All right, fuck it then. Fuck it then. This motherfuckers got I just got the alcohol on deck. Huh? You just got the alcohol on the hell you doing? No, I actually have a bottle. Just have it ready to go, huh? Well, I just got y'all just have this shit ready to go, huh? All right, do it in 60 seconds. So if you do have a drink, go ahead and gotta be a little shot. I'm sorry. This song is just, I've never heard anything like this. I've never heard anything. It just came to me yesterday. Let's get it. All right, fuck it then. I learned I need less when holding the liquor under my tongue. So y'all got the y'all got the cheats. Y'all got the shortcuts and cheats. And that's what it is, huh? Y'all know what y'all doing, huh? We got experts in the building. All right. All right then. So we'll dedicate this to the dead, spirits of the dead, the necromantic spirits. May they guide us through this season of death. And may we come out reborn and renewed, right? In the name of 93. All right. All right. Oh man, yeah, y'all know I do. I'm a novice. I'm a novice. Oh my god. Oh, this is so fuck. I feel just in my whole body. Oh fuck, this shit got me tingling. This shit got me tingling. Oh, this shit got me. Oh fuck, I'm getting way too excited. It's only just tequila though. See, look, I got the vodka though. Good nature. Oh my goodness. Oh my, that shit had my whole body tingling. It's only the tequila though. It's only the tequila. Oh, so I'm about to take a shot of this vodka too. I'm gonna take a shot of the vodka, but I don't think it's gonna hit. I don't think it's gonna hit me the same though. But only for y'all. See, I can't be drunk in public. I can't be acting stupid as fuck. I'm not doing this in public. Only in private. Only in private settings. All right. Now I'll leave a shout out for the ancestors. Well, I'll leave a shot for the ancestors. I would just pour it out, but we're inside, so like if I was outside, I would just pour it out. Yeah, this. Okay, yeah, this is different. Oh fuck, that was like super smooth. That was super smooth. So yeah, I'm vulnerable right now. I'm vulnerable. I'm in my most vulnerable state. So forgive me ahead of time if I do anything stupid. If I say some stupid ass shit. But I say y'all just, I mean, it's just a lifestyle, huh? Y'all already had the drink ready and shit. So y'all just be having it in the cut. Y'all just be having the drinks in the cut. That's yeah, a good vibes though. Yeah, I see that vodka, like that vodka sneak up on me. Like that vodka is real smooth. So I never seen you drink because I don't be drinking. I don't be drinking though. That's the whole thing. I am not a drinker. I am not a drinker over here. But it's a special occasion. It's a special occasion. Well, you know, I'll do it for y'all though. I done did everything else, right? Y'all didn't see me vulnerable, so fuck it. I don't drink right now. It's for the occasion. That's what I'm saying. All right. Like y'all didn't see me smoking all that. I don't even smoke no more though. Like the THC is completely out my system. Cause they say it take about 30 days for THC to get out your system. But I don't even smoke no more. I want to hear more about the Moors and on the Roman fall. All right, give me a second here. We mixing the tequila with the vodka. But the Moors are what made Europe what we know it to be today. Exactly. We mixing spirits. I swear that tequila though. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That shit got me sizzling. That fucking tequila. I can't even think straight. I can't even think straight right now. I'm trying to get serious. Oh fuck. Yeah, only for y'all though. I'm trying to be serious. Nope. But yeah, the Moors are what's responsible. I don't know why you asked me. I don't know why you asked me that after I took a shot. I don't know why you asked me that. The Moors are what's responsible for laying down the game. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's like my mind is going in a whole different direction. The Moors laid down the game to what we know Europe to be today. So in terms of everything, like once Rome fell, like everything fell. All right. Fucking DJ Denton, most people take shots, goes directly down the esophagus, processed by the liver. So you know this, you breaking it down scientifically. You know the inner workings. You know the inner workings. Underneath the tongue gets absorbed by the body. Oh fuck, you giving me the science. Oh shit, you breaking it down scientifically. Yeah, see, that's your specialty, huh? We cover with the science. Only other way is rectally, and I wouldn't advise it. Damn, you really the shit, huh? Hold on. You really know this shit, huh? Oh my goodness. What do they call these people? They call it's a certain name for people who got this broken down to the science. I know y'all go by a certain name. I can't think of it right now, but you clearly know. You clearly know. Like, I'm not even like I wouldn't even thought about those shit like that. Getting back to the Moors. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh fuck. Look, see, my seriousness is just went out the window. My seriousness went out the fucking window. Yeah, I take flower drops under the tongue too. It tastes like alcohol. Really? Why didn't y'all tell me y'all masters of this alcohol shit? Why am I just not finding this out? Oh fuck, why am I just not finding this out? Y'all over here, see? Y'all over here know. Y'all got all the secrets. I learned it hitting a flask. I noticed I was getting more drunk with less liquor. So yeah, y'all the specialists with this on. I look, I look stupid as fuck. Oh fuck. I should drink more often then. Y'all clearly know what y'all doing. So I said I guess y'all know how to get fucked up. Y'all know how to get fucked up, huh? See, I guess I've been sober too long. I've been sober too long. What's up, 13? Shalom. What's up, Orny? 13? I guess I've been sober too long. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how people drink and, and still navigate life. I'm not to that level yet. I'm not to that level yet. I feel like I could not get behind the wheel of a car right now. I couldn't go to work and be taken seriously. Oh, fuck, I don't know how y'all do this shit. I don't know how y'all do this. But the alcohol is from the Moors, though, so I see why you ask. I see why y'all ask about the Moors. Because this is the science of the Moors. The Moors definitely laid down the science for the alcohol. Get a cup and just sip. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a little. I'm alright, so dude. Just a little bit I did. I'm all over the place right now. But what are your secrets of the alcohol god? The alcohol god. Fuck. Oh my goodness, the alcohol god. But that is Las Vegas though. That is Las Vegas. See, Las Vegas will give you free alcohol. As long as you're gambling, as long as you're gambling, they will feed you alcohol until you hit the fucking floor. That's one thing. That's why it's called Lake Mead. Las Vegas, you have Lake Mead. And we know mead is alcohol, like the mead. It's alchemy. So they get the alcohol is in abundance here. It's like Las Vegas is like going through a drought, but they're not going through a drought when it comes to the alcohol. I like this version of you. I know. I'll be so serious. I know I'll be so serious. Oh my goodness. I know I'll be mean mugging the camera and shit. I'll be trying to mean mug the camera. You a happy trouble? Oh my goodness. Yeah, only around 93 though. Only around. No, nobody else gets to see this. All right, nobody else gets to see this. Nobody else gets to see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't stop smiling right. I can't stop smiling. Oh my goodness. No, I appreciate the energy. No, I appreciate everybody for hanging in there with me. Oh my goodness, I'm swirling right now. Bacchus, yeah, I'm definitely Bacchus right now. Dionysus Bacchus. This is definitely Bacchus. See, I understand why people drink. I understand. Yeah, I just left Las Vegas. Been there 12 years. Oh, sorry. I need to master this drunken state. I drink like Santa Claus. Y'all some fucking drinkers for real, huh? Y'all some drinkers for real. So, like, I can't do nothing right now. Like, well, I don't know how the fuck y'all do it. How do y'all do this shit? Oh, man, like, I'm not qualified to do nothing right now. Oh, my God, I'm not qualified to do nothing. I just noticed my tiger eye bracelet. What stones, what stones you like to wear? What stones? I think I like black onyx. I like black onyx, I think. Hold on. Sorry. I think this is black onyx or obsidian. It's one of those black stones. If it's not black onyx, it's obsidian. All right. Then I got the jade. got the jade. Hold on. So this is jade. I fuck with the jade. This is all jade right here. Oh my goodness. So I guess, well, I don't know how the fuck y'all do this. I don't know how y'all do this. Like, whoa. Ooh, I don't know how y'all do this shit. I'm supposed to be talking about the Moors. Goodness, like my mind is like, it's like serpent-like now. It's interesting. Like my mind is like serpent-like. Like when I'm sober, it's like it's a straight line. Right, so I could just focus on what I need to talk. I could just focus on what I need to say. But this serpent-like movement, but yeah, the Moors are like they created alcohol, right? So they was getting drunk too. They was getting drunk too. But yeah, there would be no Europe as we know it today without the Moors. There would be no Europe as we know it today without the Moors. Because they brought the civilization, they brought the culture, right? The European culture, like when we think about like a European, like we think about, somebody who's, white, right? Just for lack of better terms, right? But European culture is more science. So the whole science of the Moors, like whatever, like more science is just alchemy, right? Because they invented the alcohol. More science is alchemy. So when we look at all the cathedrals, when we look at the churches, when we look at the religions, all this, the foundation of it all is more science, right? Because like when I say Moors, like all Moors were not the same. So when I say Moors, I'm not like some Moors were Christian, some Moors were Muslims, some Moors were Jews, right? So all Moors, they were not the same. That's what I mean by they were masters of everything, right? They all took different paths, right? Some took the Christian path, some took the Islamic path, some took the Judaism path, right? But all, as we know, all these sciences come from alchemy. Alchemy is the foundation of it all. And we know the basis of that is Kemet. I don't know how the fuck y'all do this shit. Like this is way different than being high, right? This is way different than being high. Any empire takes a lot of different areas. Only recently has one group attempted to take credit. I agree. The Moors were diverse. That's why we call them the Moors. That doesn't represent just one type of person. That's a diversity of many different people. Like again, so even when we say more science, that doesn't just comprise of the Christian or the Islamic or the Judaism. It's all of those things, right? So we took many different paths. And that's why I do my best to combine all the paths, right? Because at the basis of Christianity, you have Judaism, No. At the basis of Christianity, you have Gnosticism. No, I'm a drunk talking at this point. This is drunken speech at this point. At the basis of Islam, you have Sufism. At the basis of Judaism, you have the Kabbalah. Meaning these are all spirits. Because when we studied the culture of the Gnostics, they were all about channeling spirits. They were drinkers. When you study the culture of the Gnostics, they were drinkers. When you study the culture of the Sufis, they were drinkers. They were into the psychedelics. When you study the Kabbalistic science, again, they were all drinkers, meaning they channeled spirits. This is where all the books come from. All the books come from channeling the spirits. That's why I don't be recommending the books. They all come from the spirits. They all come from the Jinn. They all come from the so-called demons. Because they are the ones that preserve the knowledge. They preserve the wisdom. Right? So when you engage in the alcohol, when you engage in the marijuana and the psychedelics, you become an open portal for the spirit, right? And you're able to have your own personal experience with these things. You realize that these are all perspectives of consciousness. We have spirits, though, exactly. We also have souls. And that's the difference between a spirit and a soul, meaning you can alter your spirit, but your soul remains the same. You have the same soul, even though you alter spirits, right? So yeah, that's why when you drink or when you smoke, you can say your spirit changes. So as y'all see, it's like I'm in a different spirit right now. Like my spirit has changed. My soul is the same, but my spirit has changed, right? Like it's definitely like a weaving. Like if I was to describe the effect, it's like I'm moving even though I'm still. So even though I'm sitting, I know I look crazy as fuck. Even though I'm sitting still, it's like I'm moving still. Right? So like I'm in motion even though I'm not moving. It's like but I'm like, oh, that's where the Kundalini comes from, right? That's why the Kundalini is described as a snake. The Kundalini is described as the snake. To me, that like somebody had to be drunk or somebody had to be high, right? Somebody had to be drunk, somebody had to be high because this is the reason why the serpent or the snake always comes up. Even when you open up, alcohol is a gateway. Oh my goodness, oh fuck. You're not lying about that. Because I can see how a spirit can jump in right now. I can see how a spirit can jump in. I feel crazy as fuck right now. Like I feel childlike. But that's why the children are the greatest, right? The children are the best because they are open to the spirit. Because they're pure, right? Like a child isn't so caught up in their ego. They're not so caught up in their identity, right? That's why they can see the spirits, and they can interact with the spirits because they're not so caught up in who or what they are. And as we become adults, we get more caught up with who and what we are. So that's why it's harder for the spirits to enter in. That's why we need the alcohol. That's why we need the weed. That's why we need the psychedelics. And a child doesn't because they're not caught up with who they are. Right? We get so caught up in who we think we are and the ego we have built up. We have built up a ego. But once you are able to move the ego out the way, that's what the alcohol does. That's what the weed does. We're able to move the ego out the way, and we're just able to, to be pure. So you can be whatever you want, I guess, when you're drunk. Right? When you're drunk, you can take on whatever spirit you want to take on, right? But that's why, like, every time I would smoke, I would always summon the spirit, right? So I would always chant a spirit before I would never smoke without channeling a particular spirit. And I would chant the name of a spirit, before I ever, but I'm like, yeah, I definitely need to do that with the alcohol as well. The alcohol is like a lot more powerful though. See, again, like you can say, I used to be a smoker, but I was never a drinker. But I didn't know about tequila though. See, that's the thing. I didn't know about tequila. I didn't know about tequila. It's like when I would try drinks and all that. See, regular alcohol doesn't get me drunk. So I would drink like stuff like Jack Daniels and vodka and all that stuff, but it wouldn't hit me. So it's like I never really got into the mode of drinking because it didn't do anything for me. But I had never tried tequila though. See, this I did oh shit. I didn't learn about this stuff till later on. Literally like last year, right? Like literally like last year. I didn't really learn about tequila till last year. And when I had that first drink of tequila, I'm like, oh shit, this hits unlike anything else. So I realized that like everybody has their specialty. I like, okay, that's why some people like the dark. Exactly. I prefer light liquor and dark. So yeah, see, everybody has their preferences, right? See, I didn't know about all this stuff. I was just drinking stuff just to drink stuff, and it wasn't hitting. I never thought to get the tequila. Then when I got the tequila, I'm like, whoa, this shit hits immediately. So you see, I can drink the vodka or the dark liquor. I can drink that stuff, and I guess it'd be too late by the time I feel it. By the time I feel it, I'm already stupid drunk. But the tequila is like I feel that shit immediately. So it's like I'm like, oh shit, it's hard to overdo the tequila. Like I feel that shit immediately. For however they do their alchemy. The downside of drinking is it lingers, so do it with purpose. Oh, it lingers. That's very interesting. Oh my God. Tequila is warm and cold. Y'all got the descriptions? Oh shit, y'all got the descriptions? My mom's side is from Tennessee, so Jack Daniels is a must. So y'all what? See y'all already y'all see see I gotta catch up. So y'all over here grown as fuck. Look at it, y'all over here adulting. Look at all these adults, y'all know exactly like yo, you gotta do this. Like y'all already know. Y'all already know what the deal is. I'm over here like like a little child. I appreciate you. That's all I can say. All I can say is I appreciate everybody. That's what I wanted to. I just wanted to do something a little different. I wanted to show y'all a different side of it clearly. Oh fuck. Oh God. It's crazy, Miles. You see how different my spirit is? Like, oh, like this alcohol this is some powerful stuff. Oh, this is some powerful stuff. I see why you gotta be 21 for this. This is some powerful stuff right here. I was just on my game. I was just concentrated and focused. You saw, I was going hard for 3 hours, but now, oh my God. Oh, yeah, so, I appreciate you. Y'all some grown ass motherfuckers in here. Like, hey, do this, do this, do this. Hold it under your tongue. Y'all got the secrets already locked in. I appreciate you. I appreciate all y'all. See, that's why I didn't want to. I had this for hours. I had this tequila for hours, but I didn't want to crack it open. I'm like, yo, this is. I probably would have never even went live. I would have never even went live if I would have took a drink of this tequila. I wouldn't have went live. I wouldn't even went live. So I'm glad I waited. And I'm able to. I'm able to interact with you. I'm able to feel your energy. Y'all helping me to get through this. Yeah, I would be upside down right now. You know, thank you for sticking with me. I know I'm all over the place. Thank y'all for sticking with me and helping me get through this. Cause again, I'm not a drinker, but clearly y'all got the game intact. That's why I'm so appreciative. I'm so appreciative. I don't know if I say it enough. I'm so appreciative. I'm so appreciative to have people that y'all clearly already know what the fuck is going on here. Y'all already know it. I'm so appreciative. All right, so I do my best. So fuck. I gotta master this. I gotta master this phase though. Cause I know there's benefits to being in this loopy state. I feel loopy. I know it's benefits of being in this loopy state. So I gotta master it. So I'll be able to channel the spirits. But that's what I'm gonna channel. Because I was telling you, like before I smoked the weed, I would, channel the spirit. So I'm gonna channel the planet Uranus, right? Because the card of the day anyway was the Fool. The Fool was the card of the day. I'm glad you come on to help us. I appreciate y'all. Y'all just don't know. Y'all just don't know. You know what I mean? Y'all keep me going. Y'all keep me going. You know what I mean? Even if I have a bad day, I have a good day. Y'all keep me going. That's why I always want to make it valuable. I always want to give y'all valuable content. I always want to do my best. Get a super chat. I appreciate that, Ty. I always want to do my best to make sure, the time is valuable. Because I know y'all have things to do. What's up, Luciferian? Jesus lover. Well, those people coming in after the fact. Oh my God. You got people coming in after the facts. Like, if you look at me right now, I didn't start off like this. I didn't start off like this. Are you under a thuggy drinking spell? I must be. I must be. Because this is, I guess I am under a spell right now. Oh, fuck. Got me in such a childlike state. I'm like, there is no adulting right now. I don't, another shot. Damn. All right. Okay. God damn. Y'all just grown as fuck, huh? Y'all just grown as fuck. Y'all just grown as fuck. I'm the only child in the room right now, huh? I've been sipping. Look at you fucking grown as oh my goodness. Y'all grown as fuck. Y'all grown as fuck. All right, I'm gonna take another shot. I'm gonna take another shot. All right. Just for y'all. Just for y'all. Just for y'all. Damn. Oh. Very appreciative. Thank everybody. I want to thank each and every one of y'all. I want to thank each and every one of y'all. Y'all are definitely helping me. You know, it's y'all spirit. Y'all, I feel y'all spirit. Y'all spirit is with me. We are connected mentally. The bottle was almost full. I know, like, I'm not a drinker around here. But for y'all, I'm gonna be a drinker tonight. I'll drink for y'all. Y'all be putting up with all my bullshit. Right? Y'all be putting up with all my bullshit. Why not show y'all? I want to show you again. I can't be scared, right? Got a cigar lit. Oh, y'all be putting up with my bullshit. So I thought I'd show y'all a different side of me, you know? Thought I'd show y'all a different side of me. Now I'm sipping on the vodka. This shit almost feels illegal. I feel like I'm doing something illegal right now. Oh my goodness. This does not, this does not feel legal. What are you drinking, G? I'll show you what I'm drinking. I'm drinking they call this silver tequila. All right, I'm drinking this. I'm drinking some silver tequila. And I'm drinking some vodka. I'm mixing the tequila with the vodka. Fucking. We demand more childish, silly Asha. If that's what y'all want, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to y'all. I'll give it to y'all. I'll give it to y'all. Just to show y'all my full self. You know what I mean? I'll show y'all my full self. Look at that. They really try to kick me off right there. I'm going too far showing the bottles. But fuck it. Y'all. Oh, here we go. All right, fuck it. Let me light up. I gotta. Hold on. Let me see if I can grab this real quick. Let me see if I can grab this. Yeah, I can. So you see, I got a little tobacco here. I just have it on the altar, but I can let me light up this tobacco. I'm gonna light up the tobacco. If you end up running to the bathroom. Oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right, I'm gonna light up this tobacco. All right. I'm gonna light up with the matches. Oh my goodness. I ain't even been doing this. I've been sober. What the fuck? I've been sober for like over a month. I've been fucking sober, man. Oh my fucking, that's why it's hitting me like hard. I've been sober. Oh my god, I've been sober. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Damn, that adds a different level of complexity right there. What the fuck? How do y'all do this shit? How do y'all do this shit? I guess I gotta catch up though. I'm glad to have y'all with me. This is when you need StreamYard. Hey, y'all want me to get on StreamYard? I like seeing drunk thuggies. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh. Well, that's a back. That tobacco got me seeing shit clear. Oh shit is like clear as fuck right now. Oh man. Ooh, my mental clarity is so fuck. I'm feeling mental clarity right now. Oh, you better off planning a StreamYard stream. I can get on StreamYard. I can get on StreamYard if y'all want me to. Oh the fuck? How the fuck, Kelly? Was that a black 93? I'm just tapping in. Yeah, that was a black. They got me drunk on this shit, Kelly. They got me sipping this shit. They got me fucked up right now, Kelly. Oh my goodness. They got me fucked up right now. I've been sipping on the tequila for the people. I just tapping in there. They got me lit right now, Kelly. They got me sipping on the silver tequila and the vodka. Hey, they got me lit right now. Mm. Oh my goodness. See, it started off one way. Like, if you look at the beginning of the live stream, I was all serious. I was all in my teacher mode. I was trying to lay down the science. I was doing all that good stuff. But then I took a shot of the tequila. I took a shot of the tequila. What's up, Nardo? Geeking off the Jose. They got me lit right now. They got me lit right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Can you lecture? Yeah, ask me anything y'all want. Yeah, ask me anything y'all want. Anything y'all want to know. Yeah, just ask me. Again, I'm just so appreciative y'all here with me. Oh man, like I don't know if I'm drunk or I'm just. I guess this is just what a shot does. I don't know what I am right now. But I wanted to light up, for the ancestors. I wanted to, celebrate 93. I want to celebrate each and every one of you. Right? Where are the Moors? Where are the Moors from Spain? Well, in the year 1700, they were pushed out of Spain. Right? Because if we read the book, The Golden Age of the Moor, if we read the book, The Golden Age of the Moor, we know that the Moors occupied Spain from like 1400 to 1700. So after the year 1700, they were pushed out of Spain and they became pirates. So the whole science of the pirates are after the Moors were kicked out of Spain, so they became the pirates. All right. So they began to live on the seas because they no longer had a home. Europe was their home, or Spain was their home. So once they got pushed out, they began to live on the seas. So after they laid the game down, they began to live on the seas. And so they was basically, they became robbers and thieves and all this stuff. All right. Never seen you like this before. I don't think I've ever been like this before. Because again, I'm not a drinker, right? I know y'all didn't see me high, but you see, like when I'm high, I can still configure my thoughts. But yeah, this alcohol is something different. This alcohol is something different. This alcohol had me weaving like a serpent for real. So after the Moors were pushed out of Spain, the pirates. So that's where we get like we celebrate the pirates, right? Like with Pirates of the Caribbean and all that, you know, with Johnny Depp. That's all the Moors, right? So the whole Pirates of the Caribbean, that's all the Moors after they were pushed out of Spain. So once they laid down the foundation, once they laid down the game, once they resurrected Europe, once the Moors resurrected Europe from the Dark Ages, then they got pushed out. Because you could say they were no longer needed. They had already set up everything. They didn't really need to be there anymore, right? Anyway, your thoughts on chakra spinning? Well, when it comes to the chakras, you really only have one chakra. You really only have one chakra. It's just expressed in seven different ways. So when we think about the seven chakras, it's really just one chakra with seven different expressions. And we know the seven chakras correlate to the seven internal planets, from the sun all the way to Saturn, from the root chakra all the way to the crown. So basically, the whole point of the chakras, the chakras are energy centers, or basically, it's where your energy centers cross. So what we call it, like the word chakra, just means wheel. Like the how you define the actual word chakra, it represents a wheel. And this wheel, it just points where the energy cross. So what we call the root chakra and the sex chakra and the solar plexus, the heart chakra, the throat chakra, the third eye, and the crown chakra. These are just points where the energy crosses. And what I mean by the energy crosses is the positive and the negative current. Because we know we have when we think about the chakras or the Kundalini, we know the Kundalini has a positive and a negative aspect, or a masculine and a feminine aspect, right? Just like you have two nostrils, one is masculine, one is feminine. So the point where the energy crossed, where the masculine and the feminine current cross, that's what we call a chakra. It's where the 2 points cross, right? So you basically have 7 points where the energy cross that we call the wheel. So basically where the energy cross, we call the chakra a wheel because it gets the energy spinning. And that's how the Kundalini goes up the spine, right? So when we talk about opening up the chakras or balancing your chakras, it's basically balancing your masculine and your feminine, right? Your masculine and your feminine points. So we do this through what is called, I can't even think of the word right now, but it's breathing, right? Deep breathing. When you get into meditation, you're breathing through the masculine and the feminine. You balance your chakras with your breath. So that's the whole point of meditation, because meditation allows you to balance your chakra points, or your masculine and your feminine. So basically, when you're able to balance those 7 points or those 7 chakras, which are both where the masculine and the feminine currents cross, that's what makes you balanced, right? And that happens through the breath, mainly through the breath. Now, of course, you can combine the breath with visualization, and that's why the chakras have colors. Like the root chakra is red, all the way to the crown chakra, that's purple, right? So of course they have colors to help you, but that's not necessarily what creates it. It's really a cross between the masculine and feminine currents. So even when we think about the Kundalini, it's the masculine and feminine currents, right? I don't know if you answered the question about Trump was the Egyptian deity behind him. Phew, shit. Oh. No, I said MAGA. MAGA is an Egyptian deity. So MAGA is an Egyptian deity, right? So that's why Trump is the most hated. Just like when you read the Bible, and Egypt is the most hated, right? So because MAGA is an Egyptian deity, MAGA becomes the most hated because we are in a Christian society. So the last thing they want you to do is tap into your Egyptian currents. So that's why when Trump manifested MAGA, and MAGA goes back to Egypt, MAGA goes back to Kemet. That's why they're doing everything in their power so that he would not be in power again. Because it's basically like the resurrection of Egypt in the West. Because remember, the whole prophecy is when Egypt is able to resurrect in the West, like it can't be stopped. And that's basically what Trump represents on the world stage. On the world stage, Trump represents the resurrection of Egypt in the West. So that's why they separate the MAGA supporters from the rest of the Republicans. See, that's why you have Republicans, then you have the MAGA supporters, and they basically call those people the radical Republicans, right? So the radical Republicans, are the magas, because they represent that Egyptian currency, which is that Kemetic currency, which is that serpentine wisdom. You are activating your serpentine wisdom, right? So of course they don't want that. So that's why, that they're cool with like another Republican becoming the president, but it can't be Trump. It can't be the Orange Jesus, right? They call Trump the Orange Jesus. And we know Jesus comes from Osiris or Osar. They call Trump the Orange Osar. Remember, Osar is depicted as green. So they depict Trump as orange. The orange Asar. That just Asar in the West, the Western Asar. He's orange. That's why he brought MAGA, right? So of course, it's a reminder for you. It ain't even about what he does. It ain't about what laws he set in place. It's about you activating your own Kundalini. It's about you activating your own MAGA. It just represents the Kundalini rising in the West, in America, the American, Egyptian, or Kemetic alchemy. That's what it represents. It represents that reactivation of you, of your consciousness. That's why the Democrats, they call themselves woke. Like woke is more like a democratic or Democrat term. But when you're MAGA, you're radical. And anything radical takes you to Uranus. Uranus represents the outer chakra, because the inner chakras are from the sun to Saturn. But once you make it to Uranus, now you're talking about the radicalization of the chakras. That's how the Kundalini is able to shoot up your back. Instead of it taking this sweet ass time, it's able to shoot through that direct current, because you have a middle current. So you got the masculine, you got the feminine, but you got a middle channel. So MAGA represents that middle channel between the masculine and between the feminine. It's that middle channel. That's what they are afraid of, you activating your middle channel. So you can go straight the middle path. Because if you look at the tree of life, you see the tree of life has a masculine side, it has a feminine side, but it also has that middle path that take you straight to the top. It's that middle path, as we call gray magic or gray matter. If we're talking about the third eye is surrounded by gray matter. Gray matter is not activated by anything physical. Just like Uranus represents a outer planet, gray matter is beyond the physical plane, meaning you can only activate your gray matter in meditation, doing spiritual activities. Spiritual activity stimulates the gray matter in the brain. So if you're able to stimulate the gray matter in your brain, that's how you activate your pineal gland. You activate your pineal gland by stimulating the gray matter. Once the gray matter is stimulated, it causes the pineal to pulsate. And the pineal secretes, it's a gland that secretes chemicals into the bloodstream. And those chemicals that are secreted into the bloodstream allows that Kundalini to take that middle path straight to the cosmos. Right? Day 7 of the goddess Navarati. So the tobacco and tequila right on point, taking a shot of tequila with you. I appreciate that, Callie. I appreciate you so much. Y'all literally getting fucked up with me. I'm not used to being fucked up. What are you drinking, God? I want to feel exactly like you. We're drinking the silver tequila. The silver tequila, and we're mixing the silver tequila with the vodka. We're mixing the silver tequila. So I guess all white liquor, I guess you're not supposed to mix the dark with the light, right? You're not supposed to mix the dark with the light. So we got all white tequila with vodka. We mixing tequila with vodka, right? It got me all over the place right now. What are some misconceptions about the Lima that you wish people understood? Oh shit. Well, most people don't know about the Lima. They know about Aleister Crowley, but they don't know about the Lima. So I wouldn't say they misunderstand the Lima, because in order for you to even understand the Lima, you must understand the occult, Western occultism. The Lima is the combination of Western occultism. So basically, after you have a grasp of Western occultism, then you can make your journey into the Lima. And the foundation of the Lima is the Book of the Law. And when you read the Book of the Law, which is only about 14 pages, so the Book of the Law is not like a Bible with 1,000 pages. The Book of the Law is simply 14 pages. It is the summary of everything you need to know for this age. It's only 14 pages, right? However, within those 14 pages, it's a lot being said. It's everything you need to know. A misconception is if you take it on face value, you will probably be offended because it's disrespecting, Christianity. It's disrespecting Islam. It's disrespecting everything that came before it. Because it's telling you we are in a new age. So anything old is no longer relevant, right? And I can show you that because I can read a couple bars. If I can find my phone here. Let me read a couple bars from the Book of the Law. Because you see, I be having this shit on deck. I got it on deck. Hold on. Let me read a couple bars. Here we go. Here we go. Chapter 1. Had the manifestation of Nuet, the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, O warrior lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. Be thou headed, my secret sinner, my heart and my tongue. Behold, it is revealed by Awas, the minister of Hippocrates. The cabs is in the cool, not the cool in the cabs. Worship then the cabs, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few in secret, they shall rule the many in the known. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. Right? So you see within the first couple lines, it's like, yo, fuck these gods, right? And fuck these men who think that they are rulers. The few will rule the many. So you see this is big talk right here. So a misconception of the Lima is you will get offended very easily if you're not ready to understand this stuff. Come forth, O children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy, right? My joy is to see your joy. So the whole purpose of the Lima embraces, you can say, the alcohol, the weed, the psychedelics. No religion, you know, upholds that, but the Lima, it tells you that these things will not hurt you. These things are my joy. These things are my ecstasy. So that's basically why I'm over here fucked up right now. And I don't have a problem being that because that's really, the Lima is literally within the first couple bars of the Book of the Law. Right? So first couple bars. So Thelema, you can say, is the only way of life that's sacred, but that embraces basically the vices that we call vices, right? It tells you to embrace your vices because you are a ruler amongst the many. You are royalty, meaning you can take the vices of men, you can take the vices and become supreme. So while somebody else gets fucked up and just, talks a bunch of shit and just, do whatever they do, these vices have a different effect on you because you are amongst the royalty. They affect you differently. They allow you, they open you up to your childlike state, which is your most spiritual state. And from that most spiritual state, you are able to generate the frequency, as we call it, joy or love or ecstasy. And from that state of ecstasy, are you able to push that forward into your environment, into your surroundings, and that becomes, you could say, the foundation of your life. So yes, every day is a celebration. So instead of you just being, super disciplined and trying to be, you could say, forever sober, it's basically saying stay drunk, stay high, stay within your ecstasy, right? Right. And we can keep going if you're good even when you're tipsy, because that's that Thelema, right? That's that Thelema. Mixing the vodka with the tequila. I like the black nails. I appreciate it. I'm still a novice though. I'm still a novice. I'm still a novice. I need to get my skills up to par. But yeah, you see, I'm just on one today. I'm just fucking on one today. It's October. I'm on a high. We need. Oh man. All right. All right. I got you. I got you. Let me grab the tarot deck. Let me grab the tarot deck. I'm gonna grab the tarot deck for you. I feel like the big misconception is folks think Thelema is a religion. Yeah, I understand that. It's a way of life, or actually a way of death, right? It's not a lifestyle. You could say it's a death style because you're supposed to die daily. It's not a lifestyle. It's a death style. It leads you to your death, not the physical death, but the mental death and the spiritual death, so that you become reborn like the Christ, right? But you become greater than the Christ because you still maintain who and what you are, right, in the physical form. Because you're really not going to hit the Christ engaging in alcohol and weed and all this stuff, right? So you're able to feel your ecstasy and enjoy your ecstasy while still being on the physical plane, right? I find that when I speak in my natural voice, it intimidates people, as it should. As it should. Fucking bass in your voice, all that bass in your voice is intimidating. It should be, because motherfuckers don't know. Like they don't know. You may be small, but you're a wild fucking beast with dance. Yeah, yeah. They get it mistaken. You appear to be feminine, but your spirit, you can say, is masculine. You got a masculine spirit. You got a spirit of a warrior. Your warrior spirit is intimidating, but that's why Sekhmet is the most fierce. Sekhmet is the most fierce. The warrior goddess is the most fierce. It ain't the warriors that you really gotta fear. It's the it's those goddesses you gotta fear. The goddesses is more warlike. It is what it is. Oh shit. You see, with men, the way men fight versus women fight is a whole different. It's a whole different. You don't know what a woman is gonna do. See a man, you can fight with your fist and all that, but a woman, you don't know what she gonna do. She could fucking throw pots at you. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what to expect. Oh shit, the women is too, she's too unpredictable. She's too unpredictable. Oh shit, she is a chaos for real. She is a chaos for real. You don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. What's up, Immortal 72, 93, 93, 93. Yeah, let me go grab this tarot deck though. Like the people that can smoke weed, they got iron lungs. You got that iron stomach or that iron liver. You see, that's warrior traits. Fucking warrior. I don't know what people think fucking with these goddesses, man. Why do you think I do my best to respect the goddess? Like, what the fuck? Oh shit. But let me grab the tarot deck though. Give me 1 second. Let me grab this tarot deck. All right, I'm gonna pull 2 cards. I'm gonna pull 2 cards right now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm gonna put all the scores. Oh shit. I'm gonna put the scores on. Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'm gonna pull 2 cards. Now here's the Fool card. For those who didn't see it. Alright, the Madman. Well, let me shuffle up this deck. I'll pull 2 cards. For the month of October and the month of November. Definitely happy birthday, Callie, ahead of time. Happy birthday to you ahead of time. I know you got a few more days. This one is, we in Libra season. Definitely happy birthday to you, Callie. Alright. Alright. Let me shuffle this deck up. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Alright. Y'all got me pulling out the tarot deck. I just really like this song. Oh, man. This shit is so fucking hard. Alright, let's go. Damn. Damn. Alright. Let's see what we got for October. For October, we have the Princess of Cups. Yeah, the Princess of Cups. And let's see what we got for November. Oh shit, we got the Four of Cups, luxury. A lot of water. So for October and November, we got a lot of water. So if we go back to the Princess, this will be the card of October. So you see she's holding the turtle. She got the eagle with her. You see she's in deep meditation. All right. And we know America was originally called Turtle Island, right? So she's holding Turtle Island, and the eagle is helping it to soar, right? Taking flight. Turtle Island, taking flight. Again, the resurrection of Egypt in the West, right? So for the Princess of Cups, you could say she's in ecstasy, right? You could say she's high as fuck or she's drunk as fuck, right? And she's using the animal totems. She's using the animal totems, and they're taking her even deeper into her ecstasy, into her meditations, into her channels. But that's what the pets do, right? The animal spirits take us deeper because they represent codes of the universe. Because they can only be what they came here to be. They represent codes of the universe. So that represents her having codes, her cheat codes, you can say. She has the cheat codes that allows her to manipulate the waters. And we know the waters represent the subconscious mind. It represents the emotional plane. And that's why we got a bunch of water here, because the Four of Cups represent the moon in Cancer. And the moon in Cancer, that's the moon in its natural state. That's why it represents luxury. You could say that's the feminine currency. That's the feminine principle. The feminine principle in its most feminine form. The most feminine form. We know Cancer represents the chariot. You see the Cancer symbol down there? It represents the chariot. And the moon represents the high priestess. So it's a combination of the high priestess and the chariot. The chariot is the astral body that we call the Merkaba. That's November. So for November, this is you preparing. You're doing what you need to do. You're giving energy to your Merkaba. So by the time November comes, it'll be time to step into the Merkaba. November allows you to step into your Merkaba because you're charging it with the feminine currency. That's the moon. That's Luna. Luna is the energy that empowers the Merkaba. The Merkaba is the astral body. It represents the chariot, the high priestess in the chariot. Let me show you the high priestess and let me show you the chariot. All right, hold on. Let me show you the high priestess and let me show you the chariot. There's the chariot. As you see the Merkaba. And he's holding, or she's holding the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail. The Merkaba represents the Holy Grail. That's blood magic. There's blood at the center. That's blood magic. The Merkaba is empowered by the Holy Grail, and what's found within the Holy Grail is the blood, your own blood. The blood represents the urine therapy. And to empower your Merkaba is urine therapy, drinking your own blood plasma. Now let me show you the High Priestess. This is the High Priestess. The high priestess does everything from the throne. You see, she has a weapon. The weapon can be used as an instrument, but it's also the bow of Artemis. The bow of Artemis is a weapon. So that means she's a killer, but she's also a singer. That means she can hypnotize you with her voice, but she can also kill your ass. Right? She's a assassin. She's a singer, but she's also an assassin. So that's why the high priestess, she represents both sides. She is a dualistic energy. So depending on if you get on her good side or her bad side, she can be your assassin, but she can also hypnotize you with her charm, the feminine charm. So for the month of November, it's about hypnotizing with the feminine charm, and all things will be blessed upon you. She got all the jewels of the physical plane, the fruits, the jewels, the camel, by her song, and she's doing everything from the throne, from a meditative point of view. And then from that, we activate the chariot. So again, this represents your ability to be more charming and more, you can say, vampire-like. This is a vampire, the high priestess. This is the path of the vampire, the path of the Holy Grail. That's why I mentioned urine therapy. Urine therapy is blood plasma. So the more blood you drink, the more it empowers your chariot. So the month of November is the month of blood. And then the month of October is a preparation. So you could say she's in the deep seas. She's in the depths of the seas. So to go as deep as you can into your own ecstasy. You can say having an orgasm to become multi-orgasmic. To become multi-orgasmic. How many orgasms can you handle? And I'm not talking about ejaculations. I'm talking about orgasms. How many orgasms can you handle? Right? So for the month of October, it's about increasing your ability to handle orgasms. Then for the month of November, you increase your ability to handle your own blood plasma. How much blood can you handle? Orgasms, blood plasma. And that's what will prepare you. You can say to enter into the clip off successfully and actually to stimulate the energies of Lilith, because that's all Lilith is about. Lilith is all about blood and ecstasy. How many orgasms can you handle, and how much blood plasma can you handle, right? Because that's your own personal alchemy. So the same way alcohol is made, the body, you can say, is the only thing that can produce blood plasma and orgasms. So your body is like chemistry, alchemy. Your own body is alchemy anyway. So producing more ecstasy is like alchemy. So how much ecstasy can you handle? Right? How much ecstasy can you handle? How many orgasms can you handle? Right? To become multi-orgasmic. Then again, how much blood can you handle? Yeah, so you see that's powerful stuff right there. That's what produces the luxury. The luxury is produced by your ability to handle multi-orgasms in your own blood plasma. That's how you can surround yourself in luxury, but it starts internally. Because when you drink your blood plasma, it purifies your body, right? That's what allows you to become more charming, because you're navigating like a vampire. You can say a vampire is pure. That's why a vampire drinks blood. The vampire isn't concerned with orange juice or juicing, being health conscious. The vampire only wants blood, because the blood is what keeps you pure. So as you drink your blood plasma, you are purifying yourself. And the more pure you become, the more charming you become. And that's how you surround your body in luxury, and it will bleed out into your environment. So to produce luxury in your environment, you must produce luxury in your body. In order to produce luxury in your body, you must engage in blood plasma. Blood plasma becomes more easy when you're able to become multi-orgasmic. You're able to bring yourself to the heights of pleasure. How much pleasure can you handle? So those are the questions. How much pleasure can you handle? How much blood can you intake of your own blood, of your own alchemy? How much blood can you distill? How much ecstasy can you produce? Because that is a form of currency. So to become rich in orgasms, to become rich in blood plasmas, it will reflect in your physical plane. All right? So that's the card of October and the card of November for the adjacent months. So enhance your orgasms and enhance your blood plasma. Surround yourself in luxury. That's the true meaning or definition of the Lima. Luxury, ecstasy, orgasms. How much pleasure can you produce? How much pleasure can you handle? Because we would be lying if we said we're pushing ourselves to the limits. We're not pushing ourselves to the limits, but we should. Right? Exactly. That's exactly what pure bliss is. See, that's the difference between bliss and pure bliss. Are you truly pushing yourself to the limits? Are you really pushing yourself to your own limits? Then everybody else is able to pick up on that pure bliss. And then they begin to respond accordingly because of what you did for yourself, your own internal alchemy. They reflect it because you are a manifestation of that. That's why the high priestess, you see her in pure ecstasy. That's how she's able to produce those beautiful melodies. That's why she can do everything from the throne. She doesn't even have to get off of the throne. She's able to produce the music from the throne, and she's able to shoot from long distance. That's why it's a bow and arrow. It's a bow and arrow because it's the ability to navigate from long distance. You don't have to be right up close to a person. You can do what you need to do from long distance. That's the same thing as remote viewing, basically sex with spirits. Long distance, that's the whole activation of the chariot. It represents long distance. You are activating your Merkaba because you want to be able to have an influence long distances. So it's not about just being close up to a motherfucker. It's about being able to affect people from a long distance. And ecstasy, being able to produce ecstasy from a long distance. So that's the difference between, you could say, having sex with physical people versus having sex with spirits, with Jinn, right? The forbidden sex. You having a long distance sex, and that's able to produce the ecstasy and the bliss that you probably can't get from a physical being, because a physical being, again, are they pushing themselves to the limits? The average human being is not pushing themselves to their limits. That's why you have to go beyond the physical plane and you have to go into the astral by activating your Merkaba so that you can experiment and push yourself to the limits. And I know this for a fact. Because I told y'all the dream. I've had a dream about a spirit who gave me full body orgasms. Spirit. All the spirit did was put her mouth on my fingertip. How do I know this? This is a question I asked. How do I know this is real? All she did was put her finger on her mouth on my fingertip. My whole fucking body exploded. Full body orgasm. From just putting her mouth on my fingertip, I fucking exploded. My whole body exploded. Yeah, I sat on her lap and her lap felt like fucking bliss, heavenly. I'm like, damn, just sitting on the lap of a spirit. I'm like, damn, I feel so comfortable right now. I'm able to confess all my sins and all that shit. That's what, but see, that spirit again. That ain't something that you may not be able to do that with a physical being. But you see, we cut ourselves off because we be looking for fucking physical people, and they're not ready. They're not ready to fucking explore your full sexuality. They're not ready. But that doesn't mean that you should not experience full bliss because they're not ready and you are. That's why we have access to spirits. But in order to access the spirits, we must access the Merkaba. In order to access the Merkaba, we must drink from our own wells. We must drink of our own blood that we produce naturally with our own bodies. And the purity of your blood is based on your ability to give yourself multiple orgasms and to invite the spirit into your bedroom. right? That's why there's a lot of water element, because water allows you to go to the depths of your subconscious, the depths of your karma, all the things again that you're just not ready to share with another human being. You can share with the spirit. The spirit makes you the most comfortable. And again, I know this for a fact. I was confessing my goddamn heart out when the spirit let me sit on her lap. Spirit let me sit on her lap. Here, sit on my lap. I'm like, oh, fucking blissful, the most blissful feeling I ever felt. But that's spirit, right? That's the power of spirit. That's the power of us taking our sexuality beyond the physical plane. We are not limited to the physical plane. So we must go beyond the apparent. We must experience Nuet. That's the first chapter of the book of the law, Nuet. She teaches you about your pleasure. She teaches you about your ecstasy. So all ecstasy, do it in my name. As long as you do it in my name, I will give you unlimited pleasure. That's the whole first chapter of the book of the law. That's the channel directly from Nuit, which is the sky goddess. Nuit represents the sky goddess. Right? So that's the message right there. That's the message right there. All right. I'm gonna take another sip of the alcohol. So I appreciate that, Callie, for making me grab the tarot deck, because that's definitely something we all needed to hear. We all can benefit from that, right? That's why most people can't drink their own blood. Most people can't drink their own urine because they're not pure enough. So to purify yourself, you got to give yourself multiple orgasms. That's how you purify yourself. You got to have full body orgasms. So the more full body orgasms, the more orgasms you can have, the purer that your urine becomes. So that again, it's tasteless, no taste, no smell, and you can just purify yourself. Urine looping to the point where you start having spiritual revelations because it decalcifies your pineal gland. You decalcify your pineal gland by purifying your internal chambers, your chakras, as we call it, right? You purify your chakras by having orgasm. They're the most beautiful exercise you can have, or the best way to purify your chakras, to get all your chakras to spin, is to have a full body orgasm. That's the best way to do it. That's what it means to be tantric. How much pressure can you contain? Or how much pressure can you handle? And can you absorb all that pressure? Right? So I will dedicate the next drink to Nuit to help us achieve ultimate bliss. We call upon Nuit to help us achieve ultimate bliss. Bliss that we may not be able to access on the physical plane, but we still are entitled to it. That's what it means to be the Lemic. We are entitled to pure bliss. So open yourself to pure bliss. Open yourself to maximum bliss. Don't put it in the hands of another human being. It's not their responsibility. It is our responsibility to achieve maximum bliss, to activate our Merkaba, and to take it to the ultimate heights. Right? So with that, we'll take another shot here. All right? Very beautiful energy. So yeah, thank you so much for that. And I appreciate all y'all. Yeah, y'all got me on one right now. Y'all got me on one right now. Y'all got me talking crazy now. We getting into the crazy talk. We getting into that the limit talk. Because you see, alcohol is just the purest part of the alchemy, right? Distilled alcohol, that's the purest part, right? So the purest part of the human body, you could say, is the urine. All the toxins are removed by the kidneys. So people think, oh, it's dirty when you urinate. All the toxins are removed in the kidneys before it exits your body. So when you urinate, it is the equivalent to distilled water. Every time you urinate, it's the equivalent to distilled water. And as you see, the more and more you do it, the more and more pure it becomes. More and more you loop your own urine, the purer and purer it becomes. Right? So if anybody who has done this, you know that to be true. The more and more you drink of your own fluids, the purer and purer and purer it becomes. So even if it starts off as yellow and it has a taste and it has a smell, the more and more you loop it, it becomes purer and purer and purer and purer and purer. It doesn't get more dirtier and dirtier. It gets purer and purer and purer and purer. Right? Exactly. It gets more pure. So it's for you to do your best. It's for us to do our best to remain in our pure state. Be as pure. Be the princess of cups. You see, she is in her ultimate pure state. She's just enjoying her own bliss, enjoying her own ecstasy, enjoying her own orgasms. Right? And that's why she's utilizing the animal spirits, right? To further enhance that, to gain wisdom. She's using the animal spirit to gain wisdom. So she's not just doing it for the sake of pleasure for pleasure's sake, but to gain wisdom, to gain the star wisdom, the wisdom that is buried in the depths of the seas. Because in the depths of the seas, the only thing you're gonna find is gold. You're gonna find a bunch of sunken ships with a bunch of gold. So the only thing you're gonna find at the depths of the oceans is gold. But the average person can't reach that gold because you will suffocate yourself. But when you go through your Merkaba, when you access it through your astral body, because basically you can say the Princess of Cups is her accessing her astral body. So now you're able to go anywhere you want without worrying about death. As long as you are able to continue to give yourself bliss and to give yourself orgasms, you can make it happen. You can access planes and places that other people simply do not have access to. All right. Shit. I might as well play my own goddamn music at this point, huh? Might as well play my own damn music. Okay. Can you speak on how to control yourself while drinking? Being able to stop after a few drinks because I am the unpredictable woman that you spoke of. Once I start, I can't stop. Is that my melanin? Is that my DNA? Your thoughts? I would say, goodness. Usually, every time I show that bottle, every time I show that bottle, right? When we drink or when we smoke, we're doing it for the purposes of freeing the Kundalini. We're doing it meaning it's not about the drink, it's not about the smoke. We're doing it to release the Kundalini, right? So when we take a couple drinks or a couple smokes, whatever it may be, then it's up to you to take it to where you're trying to get it, which is bliss in this case, right? So you take your shots, you take your tokes, whatever your vice is, and you do it to achieve pure bliss, which you do with your own consciousness at that point. You're just using the alcohol to open up the gates, right? You're just using the alcohol to open up the gates. You're just using the weed or the tobacco to open up the gates, to open up the portals. From there, you must use your own willpower to achieve an orgasm, right? Use the alcohol, use the weed, or use the tobacco to achieve your orgasmic state, right? Because that's all we're trying to do anyway. We're just trying to rise up the kundalini, because that's what gives us pleasure. That's the point of the alcohol. Let's see. That's the point of the alcohol. You're just freeing up the paths that the kundalini takes. You're just opening up the chakras. But from there, you must utilize your willpower to achieve an orgasm, a mental orgasm. It ain't even that you got to touch yourself, right? It's all about orgasms. It's all about bliss. You must achieve a blissful, a blissful state, right? To the point where you just fucking put yourself to sleep. Yeah, I play the Cali joint right after this one. All right. Yeah, you see, they doing their best to kick my ass off, trying to get me off of here. How I'm feeling? I feel great now. I feel great. Yeah, again, even though they're trying to kick me the fuck off though. But yeah, this is like, yeah, you see, as soon as we start talking at the limit talk, man, shit getting all types of glitchy. Alright. So I'm not gonna hold y'all for too much longer though. I see it's getting hella glitchy now. We start talking that chaotic talk later. Oh hell no, hell no. I mean we can't be talking like that, right? You see, I'm gonna give it to y'all pure. I'm gonna give it to y'all pure. Yeah, let me go ahead and play the Cali joint. I'll go ahead and play it. I'll go ahead and play it. Let me see if I can light the tobacco up. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, yeah, much love to the goddess, though. See, I'm always give praises to the goddess. I'm gonna always give praises to the goddess. Goddess always come through, don't you? Jail Dex work in Italy in the 1430s. Sure about that? Now, I would agree. What we know today as a tarot was invented in Italy. What we know today, but we know it comes from Egypt. The tarot, the modern day version of the tarot that we fuck with today comes from Italy. The modern tarot. But the basis of the tarot comes from Kemet. That's what Google says. Okay. Yeah, of course, Google is not going to give credit where credit due. We already know that. Google ain't going to tell you. All right. Again, it's ultimate respect to the goddess. Again, you see, so I got this offering to the goddess, right? Even though the goddess, the women didn't like this shit though. Women treat me crazy. The women didn't like this shit at all. They didn't like it at all. They didn't like it at all. The women didn't like it at all, but they're not the goddesses though. See, that's the thing. Alright. Like women that are not goddesses, they don't like this shit at all. They don't like it at all. Like, who does this nigga think he is? They don't like it at all. They don't like these fingernails. Alright. Alright, let me light up the tobacco real quick. This fucking track, it makes me laugh. I was like, that's the first time I even did something like that. Like, that's how you know it's a channel. The first time I did something like that. That's how you know it's a channel. Like that wasn't pre-planned. That was not pre-planned. I just went with what felt right with that one. I just went with what felt right. That just felt right. But yeah, definitely, I gotta do more for the goddess though, you know. I gotta do more for the goddess. I'm just getting started though. I gotta do more for the goddess. I gotta do more for the goddess. The goddess don't get enough love, do she, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do more for the goddess. No, because the goddess be showing me so much love, you know what I mean? I just gotta get her love back. Alright? So the divine masculine is always gonna show love to the divine feminine, right? Like you're not the divine masculine if you can't show love to the divine feminine. So that's what it's about. You know what I mean? So shout out to all the goddesses out there. Holding down the divine masculine. So just doing our best to keep the balance. I'm all over the place right now. Got my little flower. Spread it with y'all. So I got my little flower. Let's see if I can show y'all. See a little flower. Alright, see my little flower. I like those flowers. Oh. Appreciate that, color. I got another one over there too. That's all that's in here, really. The only thing yeah, I just got a bunch of art. I just got a bunch of art in here, that's all. I try not to distract myself with too much. Yeah, let me show y'all let me see. Let me show y'all my other one. Hold on. Let me see. Give me 1 second, let me show y'all the other flower. If I can get to it, hold on. See if I can get to it. Oh, let's see. Let me pull it over here. Let's see. There we go. So y'all see what I'll be. We'll be fucking with the little flowers. And then I just got all my little trinkets up here. So, I got all my little trinkets. Yep. Yeah, exactly. ASMR. See that? Yeah. I got an ASMR video coming too. I'm gonna do more ASMR. So yeah, that's just me tapping into my feminine, you know. But y'all felt that ASMR? Y'all felt that ASMR? Yeah. I ain't playing around here. Hell yeah. That ain't everything though. Hold on. I got some more pieces. Hold on. I got. Let me get the other pieces. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I got the white skulls. Yeah. Yeah. You already know. Hold on. Let me get the other pieces. Hold on. Hold on. All right. So appreciative that y'all spend y'all Sunday night with me. I know it's late as fuck. It's like 3 a.m. It's almost like 3 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm so appreciative, y'all. Spend your Sunday night with me. You know, I've been wilding the fuck out. All right, here we go, though. I'll give y'all some more ASMR. Yeah, I got the ASMR coming for y'all, though. Just want to make y'all feel good, you know? Give y'all some pleasure. That should be a tool. So I'm going to give y'all some tools to help y'all activate those orgasms, activate the bliss. So I got the little trinkets. To help y'all achieve. Let's see. Vibing with the witches on the east, absolutely. Shout out to the east. Shout out to the East Coast. Shout out to the East Coast. Shout out to the East Coast. Yeah, exactly, the orgasms. I already know. So I got some more orgasms. All right. All right. All right. Oh, that's. What's let me rub it against the alcohol bottle. That's funny. All right, I'm about to look. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, yeah, watch this. We're gonna get sexual with the bottle. We're gonna get sexual with the bottle. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. You know, I got the ASMR coming for y'all though. So I'm gonna use the silver. So we're gonna use the silver. Uh, but I'm gonna make an ASMR video with just like those type of sounds. You know, help y'all relax, help y'all get into y'all bliss, help you dream, help you get into the astral plane. Silver with this, yeah, the silver tequila with the silver. Yeah, I got y'all. So that's what it is. It's all about the trance state, right? I'm gonna get y'all into the trance state. All right? I'm gonna get y'all into the trance state. Right now is give you some sleep aids, you know, make you feel good. So I got y'all. So expect all this in the next couple days. Like after I end the video, I'm gonna get straight to work. I'm gonna get straight to work with it. So I'll probably release an ASMR video like in a couple hours. You know, they don't take that much to create. All right, so I just use all my little trinkets, right? All right, hell yeah, hell yeah. Cause those head orgasms, cause those brain orgasms. All right, all right. So I'll take one more shot here before we check out. I'm gonna continue to give y'all those orgasms. Put y'all in that brainwave state. All right. So we'll take the final shot here. Again, we like fucking 4 hours in or some crazy shit like that. I don't know how long we've been live. We've been live 300 minutes. Fucking, we've been live 300 minutes. I mean, y'all got some endurance. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody. I gotta get up and go to work. Man, salute to you. Salute to you for sticking around. I appreciate you greatly. So yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a little reward. I'm getting my energy up. So I'm gonna give y'all some ear orgasms. I'm gonna give y'all some rhymes. You know what I mean? So I'll probably, fall back a little bit on the lectures. So I'm gonna give y'all some ASMR and some music. You know. So I fuck with y'all. Y'all fuck with me, I fuck with y'all, right? All right. So let's take this final drink. Look in the name of New Wet. All right, here we go. Yeah, y'all the best. Y'all the best. So that's why I like to give y'all the best, right? Gonna make sure the ASMR top notch. Gonna make sure the bars is top notch. Gonna make sure everything is top notch. All right. Some of that shit is funny as hell. I'm not gonna lie. Supernatural yin day. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Whew. All right. All right. It's about to be the witching hour. Oh shit. Oh shit. Invert those unks. All right. Invert those unks. I don't know how. I don't know how the fuck. I don't know how nobody do it either. I don't know. I definitely did not plan to be on here this long. I don't know. The spirit is just moving right now. The spirit is just moving right now. So I appreciate y'all so much. And again, I'm gonna give y'all a little reward. All right. I'm gonna give y'all a little reward for sticking with me. So we're gonna go ahead and get up out of here. I appreciate everybody. Y'all didn't have me fucked up over here. But yeah, in a couple hours, I'm gonna put out an ASMR video in a couple hours. To help y'all get some sleep or just help you get through the day. I'll probably put out a couple of videos to just one long video. We'll see how that works out. So I'm gonna get straight to work. All right. So while the spirit is in me, I'm gonna get straight to work. I'm gonna record these, so it'll be in high quality. Because I got the high quality mic. So all this will be in high quality. But shit, y'all stuck with me for a long time. Y'all stuck with me for a long ass time. And y'all kept my energy high, and I feel great. Hopefully y'all Feel good as well. Hopefully you will enjoy your sleep, enjoy your morning, enjoy your afternoon. And with that, I bear peace, right? All right. 93, 93, 93, right? Y'all see it. Y'all see the 9, y'all see the 3. 93, 93, 93. We out the bitch, right?